Test, test. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, everyone. It is November 5th. It's 8:30. This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of County Commissioners for Clear Creek County. Want to wish everybody a happy election day. Thing on the agenda is administrative approval of marijuana licenses. With Nanette Reimer. Nanette, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner. So quickly, very quickly, we just have renewal of 4 marijuana licenses, and I'll read them into the record just for clarity. Nomadic LLC, we are renewing their retail marijuana cultivation, medical marijuana cultivation, and medical marijuana infused products manufacturing license. And for Exit 243, we are renewing their retail marijuana store license. All the departments have indicated the applications are complete and they are approved for renewal. And we would ask the commissioners to get these licenses approved.
Okay. Since this is administrative and we received responses from all of our referral requests and staff is recommending approval, consider it approved. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Item on the agenda is public comment. Do we have anyone on Zoom for public comment? And no, there is no one in the room.
No public comment.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Next on the agenda is County Commissioner updates. Who wants to start?
Yeah, Randy.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to throw one quick item out there. We did receive from Colorado Transportation Investment Office, CTIO, we did receive the data that we had requested and had another transportation team meeting. And I've just recently, just as late as Thursday, I was busy all day Friday and over the weekend, but on Thursday afternoon, I got some clarifications to a couple of questions on that data. And so we'll have a better understanding for our team to move forward with in a CSS process. And I know that our transportation liaison and consultants have set a couple of dates in November and December to have those meetings and to begin to go through that process. And so we'll have the opportunity of seeing that data and track that from the county commission standpoint, from a policy standpoint on the hours and days on the peak period shoulder lane. And should be able to get updates after that first meeting and updates on the same information, the data that comes out to the commissioners. So.
Okay, thank you. Good to hear things are proceeding. That all from you?
I think so. I looked at it and it's just me repeating a whole lot of things off my calendar. And after the last meeting, I think it's good if we just keep rolling.
Yep, I'm set. I have a couple of items. I know you've been waiting for me to work out GROC appointments, Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Commission. We have two vacant seats. We have a vacancy at the municipal appointee and a need to reappoint. A term is ending for the court system alternate, which is currently held by Judge Jones. We have provided notice to the municipalities to offer any names that of people that are interested. We've only received one name, and I think it's a very good fit. Her name is Janine Mariani. She sits on the Idaho Springs City Council. She is the director of Mountain Casa, so has some relevant work experience, and I think she's going to be a great fit. So I would love to appoint her. Obviously, we won't do that today, but heads up to the board. If you guys have any other names you want to throw into the mix, now would be the time. And so I guess what we would want to do is schedule an interview for our next meeting.
She's also on our JCRB.
Yes, we did appoint her to the JCRB. Randy, you may recall that interview.
I'll set it up.
Thank you. Second, I received a request from EECL, expanding early education in Creek County organization. They're preparing a grant application to the Beal Foundation to advance early learning efforts in the county. And they've asked for a letter of support from the county. With the commissioner's consent, I would draft one and ask Brian to sign it.
I'm good with that.
Same.
Okay. That's all for me. That closes us up with county commissioner updates. Is Brian Banks on Zoom?
He's coming in person. And he was gonna be here closer to 9. So
Then let's go to county manager updates.
Mine's pretty brief. Just a reminder, we have a mayors and commissioners meeting. You have two meetings next Tuesday, a week from today. The mayors and commissioners meeting is at 8 a.m. I am not remembering our specific agenda topic that we identified at the end of the last one. It's in my notes back in the office in Georgetown. So, and then we have the special meeting at 10:30, I believe, to discuss, continued discussion of our budget and coming back with, trying to address some of the direction that we received a week ago on Tuesday. So 2 meetings next week. And then just a heads up, I'm out of the office beginning tomorrow, going to visit my mother in Florida. But we'll be available. And I'll also be doing some work from a hotel room. So feel free to call if necessary. And that's it for now.
Is it on your calendar? On my calendar also on the 12th is a Board of Education study session.
I think that's canceled.
yeah, they canceled it, and I forwarded you guys. They wanted to do their next meeting in February after the new candidates started.
Yeah. Oh, with our new board.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Chair, I have a question on the Grok appointments that you mentioned. You mentioned the potential city individual. What about, has there been any discussion about a judicial or a law enforcement position?
Oh, yes, law enforcement. Heidi McCollum is interested in continuing. And judicial, I have not yet
Okay,
contact with Judge Jones, presuming that she's interested. I also haven't heard from Gilpin County that they have anyone that's interested.
okay.
So presuming that she's interested, I would suggest we go ahead and reappoint her.
Okay. Thank you.
Communications update. Megan.
I also don't have a ton. Just a reminder for people that are driving east, these sun glare closures are now starting on I-70. I don't know if they've already happened a few times already this month. Yes, okay, yeah, Colin said so. But just be aware, you can check your, I saw a news story that was if you check your weather app and it's gonna be sunny in the morning, you can pretty much bet on a sun glare closure. So just be aware of stuff like that. They could last for like an hour, so be prepared if you're coming up to Clear Creek County from the metro area. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Megan. We'll just keep moving through and we will hear from Brian Banks when he arrives. Next thing on the item is a consent agenda. Anybody want to pull anything for discussion?
No.
I'll go ahead and read the consent agenda. Item A, consideration of approval of the warrant register. B, consideration of approval of ratification of letter of interest to National Scenic Byways Program. Item C, consideration of approval of 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes. Item D, consideration of approval of Clear Creek County and Prowers County Memorandum of Understanding. And item E, consideration of approval of Resolution 24-77. A resolution appointing payment of tax lien costs, investor interest, and fees related to the transfer of real property and the redemption of tax liens issued for that real property.
I'll second that. Oh, I thought you moved.
No.
Okay. I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion and a second. Oh, sorry, any discussion?
No.
Nice letter, Randy.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. I want to thank our fellow elected officials, Assessor G and Treasurer Lee, for being here.
Thank you.
As well as Director Casano, if that's why you're in the room. Okay. Next item. Consideration of resolution number 24-76, a resolution to adopt the 2024 Emergency Operations Plan with Clarissa Boggs. Yes, I think this is the first time presenting.
It is, yeah, I was gonna introduce myself. Hi, everyone, my name is Clarissa Boggs Blake. I've been the new emergency management director now for all of this. So definitely hitting it fast and furious. Pleasure to be in front of all of you. Do you want me to just run over high level what we're at? Okay, so in the attachment that we submitted to you all, there are 3 pieces of paper, or 3 documents. The executive overview is kind of a snapshot of everything that's in the 60-some page base plan. So tried to make it super simple. And then we have the JeffCom 911, who's our now dispatch, as well as alert and warning authority for the county, their procedure for alert and warning for our constituents as well. So not a lot's changed since the 2021, or I guess you did it in 2022 January, but 2021 version. It's a grant requirement to approve the EOP every 5 years, so that's why I'm here. Updated and revamped, it looks different, changed the structure of it. The census and everything still remains the same from 2020, so none of that information is updated. Our top 3 hazards still remain the same of wildfire, winter storm, and flood. I did add a component in the base plan this year, acknowledging climate change and the severity of those impacts on our more natural disasters, and how we need to be aware and be more proactive with our planning. In terms of the outline of kind of everything, kind of clarified some of the roles and responsibilities. Snapshot is listed on the bottom of the overview, or if you want to read in depth, it's in the plan as well. So I only presented the 3 things that have really changed for this year. We still have our emergency support functions that exist the same. And this was also sent to all of our community stakeholders in terms of first response agencies and public information officers feedback as well. So that's happy to answer any questions you have. If there's anything else you want me to go into detail, but that's just kind of a high level overview of where we're at.
Okay. Colleagues, questions?
I really appreciate the succinct explanation of what's before us. Thank you. The plan mentioned drills, and I'm kind of curious how they're scheduled and evaluated and how frequently they might occur in the future.
Yeah, so definitely when day one, it was brought to me that drills and exercises are a thing that we need to grow and improve upon. First, we got to do the plan and then build obviously the training component and then the drilling component. So probably Q3, Q4. We have lots of plans that need to be updated that are like years and years old. There's only one of me, so that is quite a lift. So knock them out as soon as I can, but I'm hoping to have at least one training and or drill in 2025. Don't know the topic yet, but
Okay.
make sure to press that information to you all as soon as I have it.
Thank you.
Can you talk to me a little bit about your process? Because I know you're pretty recent to the job. Was this initiated by your predecessor and then continued by you, or did you do all of it yourself?
Yeah, so a lot of it was pulled from the 2021, 2022 emergency operation plan. The good thing with the overarching high level view and general coordination is pretty similar. It's, remained stagnant across years. So really all I did to give is a facelift, made sure I reviewed all the information to be accurate to the best of my knowledge. Again, pulled in key stakeholders that know much more than I do about this county, and then implemented some of the best practices that have come out in the last 5 years related to EM for preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. And then also highlighted a separate document of mine, all of the plans and things that need to be expanded and built out to be more comprehensive in the next 3 to 4 years. So there's quite a lot of work to do, but it's good opportunities. So that's kind of how I did it. I had to have it done by the end of this year. So no, this is always a working document. There's always opportunity for growth. And I have a running list already of some places that specifically around recovery that I think we can grow and build our capability within this plan alone, as well as some fiscal policies that I think need to be figured out before we have a major emergency that costs us a lot of money.
Thank you. My only other comment is, it's a comment and a question. I appreciate the phrase climate change appearing in this document. When we think about our emergency risks, I think 2 of the 3 that you just listed are associated with natural disasters. We had 2,000-year storms within a couple weeks of each other in this country, affecting 25% of our landmass. Those are supposed to only happen once every 1,000 years. I know you know that. So something that I've been interested in, and we haven't yet funded or accomplished, is you can conduct sort of local climate modeling to really understand with better precision what your own risks look like. I know, like, for example, the Henderson Mine did this. That's part of why they decided they needed a water treatment plant where their tailings are, because they may get the kind of storm that they didn't anticipate when they first built the facility. How important do you think it is for our emergency operations plan to be informed by that level of detail about how the risk of natural disaster is elevated due to climate change?
Yeah, so if you look at the 13 hazards, the majority of them are all disaster or natural disasters or natural disaster impacted or affected or exacerbated. And so, yeah, I think it's definitely important to consider a climate change component. I do think, based on what I read and from what I understood from our partners so far, we're still at ground level of building the foundation of a solid response team. And so absolutely, I think it should inform us and we should be prepared, but truly at the beginning. And so we need to build up our emergency operation team. We have to build in trainings. We need to update plans. Like, there's a lot of things that need to be knocked out before we can be more comprehensive and more in depth with our climate change. But I think it should absolutely be a factor. Same with, the whole community perspective. So kind of tying those 2 things into everything that we do, with acknowledgement that we need to build that out before the next probably review of this in 5 years.
Good. Thank you. That's all from me. Randy, anything from you?
No, I don't think so. I appreciate it. I do
Any
think,
comment?
let me just say this. I do think that it's a good idea to reach a stage where we can do better climate modeling and be able to locally, in terms of its local impacts. And so the fact that we're not ready seems like it just means we should work a little harder on that foundation so that we can make succinct predictions about what we need to do to be more resilient. And that's just my take rolling out the door. Thanks.
Thank you, Randy. I agree. Any questions, comments from staff? Other staff?
Is evacuation one of the plans that's on the table to be worked on in the future?
Yep.
Thanks. Ready for a motion?
I think so.
All right. I move that we approve resolution 24-76 to adopt the 2024 Emergency Operations Plan.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Clarissa. Welcome to the team.
Good to meet you all.
Next item on the agenda is a scenic byway update with Lisa Lieben. Lisa, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. As you know, I'm the coordinator for the Scenic Byway Committee in Clear Creek County. Which actually includes Park County. So I'm hoping Brian will walk in any minute as our Pike County representative. Because that's actually one of the big issues that we have every year. As you may know, the state set up the Scenic Byway Program, and they have a list of criteria that's required yearly to fulfill to maintain your scenic byway status. And one of them is a public presentation, and I've always chosen to be here in front of you and to do the public presentation to the county commissioners because it seemed a natural fit as I'm a county employee. Other byways don't do that. Every byway is different. There's 26 byways in the state. However, we have 2 of them. So we're kind of unique in that respect. They're very different byways, very different, but we do have to stay active. We have to do training. We have to hold group meetings, committee meetings. We have to update the annual CMP. Just so you all know when we have, and thank you for ratifying the earlier consent agenda item of ratification of the letter of intent, because this is the document that needs to be updated. And this was done per Senate Bill Colorado 99-006. It was required that all scenic byways do a corridor management plan. This is the Mount Evans corridor management plan. I believe this costs about $250,000. It was grant money. And we hired a consultant and it was spearheaded by the tourism committee at that time. So it's quite an extensive document, but it needs a lot of update. As you know, our biggest effort in the last 2 years for the Mount Blue Sky Scenic Byway has been to rename the mountain and the byway. And so this document needs a big overload. So I'm glad it's in the plan to update. Just for, as you all know, this is the Guanella Pass plan, corridor management plan. In 2018, the state said we needed to, you're supposed to update them regularly. They had not been updated since they were adopted in 2001. So the committee, and we're all volunteers. This is a tough thing because we all wear other hats. Jan Boland wears, and Sally Buckland was going to be here. Unfortunately, she didn't seem to make it, but we did in 2018 update both plans. As a little committee, we didn't have any money. So it was, you could basically say I want to thank Cassandra from the Tourism Bureau because she did all of the graphics. She helped us immensely, did all of the photographs, put it all together, the layout. We're lucky to have a pro, and we got ours approved and we had turned it into the state. And thank you again, Cassandra, for that. Without her, we're pretty ad hoc, but we do have a good group and we're trying to build on it. And the Mount Evans or the Mount Blue Sky Coalition is a really good effort. And I'm glad Colton's on board because of Denver Mountain Parks. They've always been a partner, but we're excited about the 2026 100th anniversary of the Echo Lake Lodge and all of the plans they've got going. It's perfect timing to be shut down in 2025 on Mount Blue Sky. I'm already getting a lot of calls, just so you know, my name's on all the website stuff for the Scenic Byway Commission. People aren't happy. But the other thing I wanted to share, I guess I like show and tell when I was little, is this picture of when Guanella Pass was renamed Guanella Pass. This is the original Byron Guanella. And Sally wanted this picture, and I'm going to give it to her unless it is an archive of Clear Creek County.
I have one of those too. You know.
Oh, cool. Then I could give this one to Sally.
Yeah.
It's been in Bird's planning files since 1987. So I don't know when it was taken. There's no information on the back, but it's a classic. Because if you look at the sign there, a little post with a hand-carved wooden stick, we've come a long way on Guanella Pass. But the big issue we have on Guanella Pass this year and our annual plan next year will address is going to be the traffic. I'm sure Sheriff Harris heard about and I actually went over during leaf season where, as part of the training, I had a seminar, which happened to be in Grant. And I went over Guanella Pass and saw the cluster. And yes, but it was in Park County. The top, of course, is always busy, but it was flowing, it's moving. We designed it well. The county did when we worked with the Forest Service and Federal Highways. When we rebuilt that, it's worth the $60 million in that pass because the top is working, except the bathrooms. We have some issues, but it was on I think it's Burning Bear campground side, but the cluster was impossible. And so when Brian gets here, I'm going to wait because we really do need to address that. It's dangerous. I don't think that I think there really is some life safety issues on the Park County side. But our side wasn't that bad when I went over, but that's going to be the issue we need to have a plan for. So our plan, that will be in our 2025 action plan for Guanella Pass. That's probably our biggest, as we've identified it, our biggest concern. And for 2025, of course, hopefully we will get the National Scenic Byways grant. And now I'm going to turn it over to Randy to talk about if he has anything else you want to talk about the grant.
Can we?
Well, thanks for the warning, Lisa. I appreciate that.
I have some comments and questions about Guanella Pass. Should we do that before we start talking about?
Well, could we wait in case Brian walks in?
Oh, yeah, good call. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Hopefully, Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the latest thing is that we've from Lenore, we're just working on the latest that we got from Laura. I'm working with Megan Musto from the National Forest Foundation and on writing the grant this time. And so the ball's in my court right now as far as the grant, just as a way of this was a grant or a concept that basically I came up with a couple of years ago in 2022. And we applied for the grant. It was well received, except the name hadn't changed. And so there was too much uncertainty in how the process was going to go to do the historical interpretation and changes to facilities along the byway. And but we were invited to apply again this year when the NOFO came out. And so we're in the process of that right now. We're building off the original budget. Some of the things that would have been included within the grant at that time, which was some highway signage, both county and road signage, both county and state road signage, have already been done, so they're no longer eligible for the grant. However, we've got a really good, we're very well received by the Forest Service. Last time around, they were willing to be partners. We didn't have a real good feel for what kind of money might come. Right now, the Forest Service has parked $109,000 of their money with the National Forest Foundation as a match for this grant. And so we're just going to get the grant application written, and it's due by December, I think it's December the 12th. To CDOT and then on to the feds. So, yep, just working on that and building off the previous budget. And we're working with, just for way of reference, some of the partners are Jefferson County, Clear Creek County, the U.S. Forest Service, Denver Mountain Parks, the Idaho Springs Historical Society, History Colorado. They're all very supportive, and they're trying to help us with more grant matching funds. And also with a lot of good technical assistance. History Colorado is very interested in weighing in on this and helping us get the maximum bang for the buck because they've already done the Sand Creek exhibit and the Ute exhibits down at History Colorado, and they want to be able to provide the resources that they use to build those really great exhibits. So anyway, as far as the interpretive renaming grant goes, that's the main portion. Built into this grant is the corridor management plan, to redo the corridor management plan. And right now in the budget, we've got $250,000 in for that corridor management plan. So for the redo, and hopefully it won't cost that much, and some of that can go into facilities, but at least it's there, so we know we're covered.
Okay.
And that's it.
Thank you. It wasn't approved couple years ago. And I know we're not here to consider that grant. I do think it's important to, have people know my mind. I am concerned about staff capacity for us to manage a grant this large. And especially given the work that we're going to expect of our staff next year, given the $4 million budget deficit that we're facing. It is important work. I'm trying to figure out where it ranks on the long and excruciatingly important list of things that we need to ask of our staff next year. So, I'll be looking to staff to give me and the board pretty clear assessment of the trade-offs associated with choosing to do this, what they would have to choose not to do in order for this to be possible. And Randy, I'm just saying that just full disclosure, I wouldn't want to surprise you.
That's fine, George. And I just want you to know that, and I realize it's not just funding its capacity, having the boots on the ground, but this grant contemplates reimbursing the county for if the county, because this letter that's just gone in doesn't actually commit the county to be there's a subrecipient, a fiscal manager, and then there's a project manager. And this grant contemplates hiring a project manager, a contractor, to actually oversee it so that it doesn't fall upon county staff to do that. And otherwise, it's the actual grant management reporting and the fiscal portion. And that can be done by the project manager in part so that it relieves the burden on staff. And then whatever the cost is to the county of actually, for example, writing the checks, and there wouldn't be that many checks in this grant, but of actually doing the fiscal management itself, because finance has to be involved in doing that, that would be reimbursed to the county. So basically, it would be the disbursements each month going out. Wouldn't happen every month that there'd be disbursements going out. And then there would be a grant reporting that can be done by the project manager, can be preliminarily done by the project manager, submitted by the county, so it relieves burden on staff. So all of that's being contemplated in the grant structure right now, if the county were to agree to take that on. So it would minimize the load on staff, and it would contract out the actual project management, the facilitation of the partners, and the actual execution of the projects themselves. And I know there's been some concern on staff. Lisa's expressed the same concern about her ability. The intent is not to burden her with managing the projects. Or anyone else on staff right now. There'd be an RFQ go out, and it's a pretty healthy, it's got a pretty healthy fund for that purpose as well, built into pretty healthy budget for the project management. So I just wanted you to know that I think your point's well taken, and the grant application at this point in time is contemplating that concern in order to minimize the burden on the county.
Thank you. I mean, I think the only other thing I have to say right now is, in an ideal world, an organization that isn't in the position that we're in would choose to be the subrecipient and hire the project manager and take on that workload. I'd love to see us at the table, and I'd love to see this work get done. It is important work.
Right. I'd let you know that we did kind of look at other opportunities for subrecipient, and there are different, we've talked about that in the past, and there are some possibilities of someone that may be able to do it. It's not appropriate for the federal government to step in on a federal grant and do that in this case. CDOT is not in a strong position to do it because they're only an overseeing partner now. They're not a financial partner in it. And so to be the subrecipient seems oxymoronic. And there are a couple of other possibilities that are still out there, and we're looking at those. But that's why I was structuring the grant application so that the county, if it comes down to this either happening or not happening, the grant being submitted, the work being done, the management plan being updated for the byway, then it's being structured in a way that the county could be subrecipient at minimal impact to its staff and none to its budget other than its grant match.
Thank you. Mitch, anything else on,
No.
so Mount Blue Sky is closed only in 2025? Is that correct?
Yes, that's currently the plan.
I know that Idaho Springs has expressed concerns about its closure impacting sales tax receipts, basically impacting the economy, right? More, it's about more than sales tax receipts, of course. You have any thoughts on that?
No, sorry, I don't.
Okay. And it's closed due to a need to redo the road, correct? Thank you. Should we talk about Vanilla Pass?
Yes, well, all right. If you, it's up to you. You want to talk about those questions before Brian or?
I would love to, yeah. Brian, we were just doing our scenic byways update. We have 2 scenic byways, so we chose to discuss Mount Blue Sky scenic byway first. That might not be its name, but we'll just call it that. Now that was because we wanted you to be here while we discussed Guanella Pass. Lisa had brought up the traffic issues on Guanella Pass. Maybe I hate to put you on the spot, but are there any observations that you have about Guanella Pass and about the traffic issues or just anything else that you want to kind of open the conversation up with?
No, you're not putting me on the spot at all. I have years worth of opinions on this matter. And it's somewhat refreshing to come into a meeting and hear all the same conversations that we're having about millions of budget deficit and not enough capacity and, not enough boots on the ground. We're all sharing, commiserating, I guess you could say, in that regard. And it's all about helping each other and being good neighbors. And that's why we are so happy to have you as all partners. So with that, Guanella Pass has been growing in popularity over the last 10 years. And with, the federal highways project that occurred where it was actually paved, that was really the icing on the cake. That's really what opened the floodgates in terms of the increased visitation and use of that corridor. We've done a lot of work over the last 10 years in terms of our dispersed camping management along that corridor. And in fact, that was the very first place where we implemented designated dispersed camping on our ranger district. And it was out of a need to manage the amount of human waste and soil compaction and vegetation loss that was occurring along that corridor as the crowds increased and the number of visitors to that area increased. I'm happy to say that designated dispersed model worked amazingly well. And we've since implemented that across the entirety of my ranger district. We're the only ranger district in the country that has full designated dispersed camping management and parking. 2 of my neighbors on the South Park Ranger District currently has a NEPA project that's also going to implement a similar plan, as well as the Salida and Leadville Ranger Districts. So the PSICC is kind of going all in on that designated dispersed model. As you all know, anytime one person does a management action, it's like squeezing a balloon. And that certainly happened when I implemented that designated dispersed camping on that corridor. You guys saw a lot of folks coming on the other side of the hill, on the Clear Creek side. And, Scott Haas was the ranger at the time. He implemented a similar sort of management strategy along that corridor to sort of combat that. So what I'm getting to is, when we have issues like this, you can't just sit on your hands. You have to try things. Sometimes the things you try don't work. Sometimes the things you try have unintended consequences. One of the unintended consequences with this designated dispersed camping was concentration of human waste. Because you're telling people where they need to camp, that concentrates all that use and all that waste in that one area. And if you don't have bathrooms to capture that, that's a major problem, right? That's one of the issues we've been grappling with. We tried a new experiment on the Rampart Range where we actually turned over our designated dispersed camping over to a concessionaire to manage for a fee. We are using the offset funds from that fee to pay for toilets. I didn't want to have to do that, but I don't have the budget to pay for toilets. And we had to figure out a way to manage that. So that's an experiment we tried. It was wildly successful. There's a whole bunch of other people that are looking into a similar model, but you have to figure out a way to capture that waste. Otherwise, it's a ticking time bomb. It's going to show up eventually in water quality issues, as well as that has detrimental effects to wildlife as well. So that said, that's kind of the beginnings of some of the things that Guanella Pass fostered on the district. Every year we've seen more and more leaf peepers. It doesn't help that now there's apps out there that direct people to these areas, that the first thing you see on 9 News is Kenosha and Guanella. It's just like a giant flashing sign, come visit, come visit. And we're getting hammered. This year we observed multiple situations on Guanella in particular that were very concerning. We've spoken at length with, I think Randy, you're probably the only one around when I expressed concerns about just the sheer number of traffic to climb Mount Bierstadt and people illegally parking on the both sides of the roads, which can have a restrictive effect on traffic and hence emergency vehicles. Well, we saw the same thing this year for the first time on Guanella in the fall. There was a rollover accident towards the top of the summit, and emergency vehicles couldn't get there because people were parked like jackasses, and the lane was restricted such that they couldn't even get a wrecker up there to help with that situation. When that happened, I reached out to Tom, because this was on the Park County side below the county line, and just said, hey, can you get some officers out there? And, in my opinion, that's throwing Band-Aids on a bleeding wound, having traffic, police officers out there who have other things to be doing, trying to direct traffic. We limped through the situation, but it really begs the question of what are we going to do to truly manage this situation? The biggest issue in my observations has been the illegal parking. At least on the South Platte, it's designated parking only. As I described, it's designated dispersed camping and parking. People just ignore it. When they're at, how people get when they're out in the woods, their IQs drop like 20 points the second they step out of the car. And it happens to me too. It's because, you're distracted by the beauty and everything else. But, folks have this mentality of, I drove all this way. I'll take the ticket is essentially the attitude that we see. And, so they park in ways that are, very, very concerning and have created significant issues for us. And so, I don't know what the answer is. I mean, one wild idea that we kind of floated in our office when we were brainstorming is maybe during leaf peeping season, you turn it into a one-way where you only, just for a temporary time, you make it so it goes from the Grant side over to the Georgetown side. And people could then do a leaf peeping loop. You could sell it as the leaf peepers loop or something like that, I don't know what it would take to pull something like that off. It's a pretty extreme measure. But I mean, if someone were to get hurt up there and we couldn't get to them, I would never forgive myself. I mean, I don't know what the answer is.
Thank you for that opening salvo. And if anybody's wondering why Brian thinks that people's IQs drop when they're on vacation, this is actually based in science. It's true. It is true. People's IQs are lower when they are on vacation.
Thanks for that backup.
He's not just judging people.
It wasn't supposed to be personal. I know that.
Were you around when we explored in 2014 tolling Guanella Pass on the Clear Creek County side? Were you around for that conversation?
No, I was on the district at that time, but I wasn't in the ranger capacity. I think that's certainly a solution, a potential solution. You know, we've had a lot of discussions about tolling, about shuttle. You know, there's a lot of models and ideas out there. You know, like Hanging Lake is a really good example of how shuttles can work. Problem is that that's a tremendous investment, and you need a place for people to catch the shuttle. You know, and space is limited, at least on the grant side. I suppose on the Georgetown side, it's a little different. You know, I think if I were to choose the most pragmatic first stab at a solution, it would be figure out a way to restrict parking on the shoulders, whether that's putting boulders or buck and rail fence or something of that effect. I know when I floated that idea in the past, I got some pushback because of the concerns for plowing, which is totally legitimate. I get that. But how, you know, how much shoulder is enough to still facilitate the limited amount of plowing that you do before you swing the gates, and restricting it enough so people actually physically can't park there. That's a pretty easy solution. You know, another idea that I floated a number of years ago, in under the conversation of managing climbers, was the idea of, you know, turning over the parking lots at the summit over to the county under a concessionaire permit, where you could charge a fee to park there and use that fee for law enforcement to actually enforce the parking. That's something I still think is very viable. I don't know what happened. Like, we kind of lost steam with that conversation. I think it's because you all were really preoccupied at that time with managing Grays and Tories. And it just we never got the momentum we needed to actually try that out. But I do think there's ideas out there that we could try, and certainly we got to do something, because you know, it's totally unacceptable. And I haven't even talked about the dog poop bags yet. So I'll just stop there.
George, Cassandra came on. I think she can address your earlier question about Idaho Springs tax revenue next year in anticipation of the closure of Mount Blue Sky.
I welcome any comments you have, Cass.
Good morning. Thank you. I think that it's a continued conversation. Idaho Springs has a new business and community promotions group that I'm happy to be engaging with. And I think some ideas will come out of that group on ways to try to offset that. There's been some conversation and dialogue about possibly working with CDOT again, and trying to figure out creative solutions for the sales tax impacts. You know, but I think it goes even into the Floyd Hill conversation in addition to the Highway 103 conversation. So perhaps that could be something that the commissioners come and attend one of those meetings and talk with that group about, and try to come up with some creative solutions. I think they would be open to that.
Thank you.
I'll add one more thing. We're going to try to do a temporary, I think it's a 4-foot by 6-foot wood constructed freestanding sign. We're hoping to have that placed in the parking lot up near the gate at 103 Highway 5 intersection, to help manage the visitors when they do go up there this summer and realize that there's a closure. Trying to greet them with a positive message of what to do now that the road is closed, and try to direct them into our local economy, and still try to capture some of that lost revenue. So that is one effort the Tourism Bureau is working on that I will share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm kind of pausing, Mitch, Randy, anything to add, anything to bring up?
I'm curious if we took up all of Brian's time on Guanella Pass and if you had any other things you wanted to share with us.
At the same thought.
Can you be more specific, like more?
No, I just wanted to make sure we didn't
No, yeah.
time if you had another topic you wanted to share.
No, it makes you feel any better. I'm faced with the same dilemma about Kenosha Pass on Park County. In many ways, that's even more of a safety concern. We had 3 moose that were hit and killed on the highway this year during the leaf peeping season because, people they're wondering why the moose didn't get out of the way. And we've had multiple close calls where folks were just walking on the highway, not paying attention to the fact that they were on an interstate and, speeding traffic. And so it's a larger issue that needs to be managed. I think the solution for Guanella is much more tenable than the one on Kenosha. That's going to take a major sort of re-engineering of the whole summit, which is complicated because the entire summit is basically one giant historic site because that's where the South Park Railroad went right through there, and the tracks are actually still there. And that's a value that we need to preserve through this process. But I would certainly entertain any ideas that you all have, and I would be an active partner in trying some solutions for Guanella. Understand that, going back to my first comments about not enough people and money, our capacity is limited right now, but that doesn't mean we don't have any capacity. And I would view any sort of action for Guanella as a priority for us because this is I have a big list of things that need to be addressed, and Bierstadt is in the top 3 of that list. And so Guanella would help with some of that. Thinking about it, if you did have a toll, that would almost be the easiest way to manage that because you could have communication on both sides and know how many people were actually up there and how many slots were available in those parking lots. And you could actually regulate the flow that way. I remember when we were talking about the parking lot with the fee, critical to the success of that would be some sort of messaging system that would alert people at the bottom of the hill whether or not it was full. Because again, that's when you get people making bad decisions, is when they're invested in it. And if they drive all the way up there and then there's no parking, that's when people make poor decisions because they feel like they're painted in a corner. So if you had some sort of electronic sign system at the bottom saying lots full, maybe that would dissuade some of those poor choices. But I think, there's a ton of technology out there, whether it's apps or VMS signs or whatever, that I think we could utilize to help educate our public and help manage these areas in a way that is not only sustainable, but could also have some economic benefit for the county too.
Randy,
Yeah,
go ahead.
thanks, George. I just want to say that I won't say it's music to my ears because it's still not fun to think about, but I really appreciate your comments, Brian. They're extremely well taken. We've kind of used, whether we were working at NOCO or down at CCAT or a number of different organizations that are statewide or regional, I brought up what happened, the law of unintended consequences on Guanella Pass. How we have, whether it's tourism marketing or whether it's the building of facilities that simply increase the scale of the problem almost. It seems like the redo of that road that made it a little easier to drive, but it was still quite drivable before the slide up there. But it was the building, it felt to me like it was the building of the parking lots that we ended up with almost more traffic on the road than we had before we built the parking lots, because it acts as an attraction in itself. And it's absolutely true that when people think there's a parking lot and drive up to that parking lot, the parking lot's full, you said it, they're invested. They're going to park, they're going to do whatever they need to do what they came up there to do once they've driven all the way. And so thinking really hard whether we have the capacity to increase volume in those areas is And I'm not saying that we shouldn't manage them, but to manage them in a way that doesn't increase the size of the problem by acting like a welcome mat, and we want to be welcoming, but there are limits to how much capacity we have to manage it and how much capacity our land and our environment has to absorb it. And I don't know what the answers are, except to say that they need to be creative, and at some point we have to recognize when the inn is full, and somehow to limit and instruct people and pre-warn them so that they know what's going on up there. Before, I think warning people before they get there is really important, and making sure we don't build infrastructure beyond our capacity to manage the infrastructure and beyond the land's ability to absorb the population that is invited by the infrastructure. The infrastructure has to manage what you feel the capacity of, or what you determine, what you study the capacity of the land and the environment is, and your local economy to actually manage it.
Yeah, you said it perfectly, Commissioner. You know, when I first came to you all several years ago, I remember thinking to myself, I have to say something really dramatic to get their attention. And my opening salvo is the mountain is suffering. Mount Bierstadt is suffering because it's being overused so dramatically, and nothing has changed. And it's 100% true. It is still suffering. And, you know, we invested over $300,000 in that trail, and a lot of those investments have already unraveled just because of the sheer volume of people that are up there. And, you know, some say, well, you know, that's okay. That's what the people are using it. It should be okay. What complicates Bierstadt, though, is it's in a wilderness area. And so I have an obligation to try and preserve, not try, to preserve wilderness qualities. And you do not get a wilderness experience on Bierstadt. There's way too many people. And the parking lots were actually managed at exactly the capacity that we thought was the maximum, right? And that was the irony of that whole situation, Randy, was that, you know, yeah, we designed those parking lots, but we thought we were so smart. We're only going to make it big enough to accommodate the number of people that we deem sustainable, not anticipating that the public would just thumb their nose and park wherever they wanted. And that's a trend that we're noticing district-wide, is people are not following the rules. And there is a compliance issue that is hard to understand. I don't know if it's a generational thing or what's going on, but people are just not following regulations. They're not reading the signs. The folks that are reading them, a lot of them aren't following the regulations. And we've noticed this uptick of non-compliance across the board. And part of it's a law enforcement issue, and part of it's a societal issue. I don't have the answer for that either. It's interesting times.
Yeah, I think if you will indulge me for a second longer, George, I think that yeah, we built those parking lots thinking, look how many cars there are on the road, look how many people are on the mountain. This is how many we think we can take, and built the parking lots so they'd have parking lots to park in, not thinking about the fact that they were already parking willy-nilly illegally wherever they wanted to. So what did we think was going to happen? We just, you know, put more there. But the other thing is, and I'll to give a break to the generational idea, I don't think of it as generational as much as behavior change in society. Once you have so many sources and ability to get information and resources to get you where you want to go and find out how you do what you want to do. And also once you have the ability to know stuff or think you know stuff, because you can always find it out yourself, you know, in the information age. So you don't need to, so authority means less. But but it's not, I don't think it's an age thing, because I think people of my age are doing the same thing, you know, deciding that they know stuff because they can find it out on the internet. So I can't blame young people for it. You know, we could, but we're getting way afield in a technological, philosophical conversation. But I do think that our management, the management practices that we need to develop locally and through collaboration between state, local, and federal authorities through organizations like NOCO are going to be critical to objectively finding ways to take care of our communities and the forest, the U.S. the public lands, as well as do it in a way that's still good for our economy, by trying to direct people to where they do spend money, which is generally where there's other people in the dense areas where cash registers are in towns, and maintain quality experiences. And part of maintaining quality experience is unfortunately going to have to be limitations when there's 8 billion people on this rock. That's just the way it is. There's just so many people here, and there's only so much land to absorb them on a given day. 2 years ago, I was on Mount Bierstadt. I got up and left in September at about 4 to 5 a.m. in the morning, first hour and a half in the dark, just to make sure I was on my own. I wasn't, of course. There were a few headlamps up the hill ahead of me. And by the time I was coming down, the conga line had already formed. And that was in September. So there are so many people that have been invited there by the improvements that we've made, and by their ability to find stuff online, find all the information they need online. And I've seen the same thing happen in October on Grays and Tories, the exact same phenomenon, that we get up there and start walking in the dark, and the place is, it's covered with people with boom boxes on their shoulders by
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, and there's certainly an education piece of it too, which we as an agency are not great at, and that's where we could lean on you all as our partners, and just making sure that we do have consistent messaging and that we are sharing, selling the why, not just saying don't do this, but this is why, and I think if a lot of people understood what a tramline is in the wilderness, maybe they would leave the boombox at home, and sort of embrace that wilderness quality. And so certainly a lot we can do. I'm not just trying to blame the younger folks. We all have a stake in this, and we all have a role and a part to play in the solution too.
I want to thank you. I mean, that's good dialogue, and these issues are everywhere. Of course, we're talking about Guanilla because it's in the Pike in Clayton County. I want to talk just sort of broadly about collaboration. I'm aware of, Randy, you mentioned one of them. We have a couple of collaborations going on with the Arapahoe Roosevelt, right? One is NOCO Places, that's around recreation. The other one is the NOCO Fire Shed, that's around wildfire mitigation. I'm curious, does the Pike have similar collaborations? And kind of two questions. Are you seeing enough of Clear Creek's voice in those conversations? And do you feel, given that you share a portion of Clear Creek, that you should have a bigger voice in the Arapahoe Roosevelt conversations?
Yes, I do. It's funny, Beth emailed me and I kind of looked at my calendar. It's like, oh my God, it's been 2 years since I've come up to talk to you folks. So I apologize. I've been super busy with WCS, wildfire crisis strategy stuff, and other things. And I do, and I will make a bigger effort to be a more regular voice here. Even though I have a relatively small piece of your county, it is a very important piece, both for you and I. And so I will commit to being a better neighbor and having a stronger presence with you all. We are currently standing up a collaborative group called the Central Colorado Forest Collaboration, and CCFC. And it's very much modeled after NOCO. We were in contact with a lot of those folks that stood up that collaborative, and we're working to build this. We have a pretty robust history of partnerships on the PSICC. We've had a number of collaboratives with Denver Water, Aurora Water, Colorado Springs Utilities, some pretty heavy hitters in terms of infrastructure, and partners that have provided us funding to do a lot of treatments on the Pike. After the Buffalo Creek fire in 1996, Denver Water quickly realized that their money was better spent on proactive measures versus reactive. And that's what started that partnership. And then Aurora jumped on and Colorado Springs jumped on. I mean, we've treated over 50,000 acres, using the funds that they have provided us over the last 10 years, which is really impressive. And so when the wildfire crisis strategy really started getting up and running, we realized we have all these satellite partnerships doing really great things, but we don't have an overarching umbrella collaborative like you all have with NOCO. And that's why we stood up this CCFC in an effort to herd all those cats and, get all of us on the same page in terms of information sharing and really truly working together on that issue. And so CCFC is still relatively new. We're still in the growing phases. And we are basically looking at creating 3 different landscapes for the 3 different districts and having a point of contact for each of those landscapes to help coordinate those efforts. One of the bigger goals of the wildfire crisis strategy is to really facilitate that cross-boundary treatment, and both in terms of neighboring forests like PSICC and the ARP, but as well as private lands versus federal lands. And so this collaborative is really critical in that role of identifying private landowners that we can work with, identifying counties, open space, all those entities, so that when we want to build landscape level treatments, which is what science is telling us we need to truly make a dent in wildfire intensity and behavior, we have to be able to treat across boundaries. The fire's not going to respect a boundary, and neither should our treatments. And so with that, we have invested in a company. It's called Vibrant Planet, and they have this product called Land Tender, which is a really cool modeling product where it has the ability to take all these different data sources and kind of put them into this blender and create one amazing product that really helps identify where you get the best bang for your buck in terms of investments in treating and truly affecting wildfire behavior. So we are awarded that contract, which was facilitated by NFF, and we are in the final phases of that analysis. And what that's going to allow us to do is paint a common operating plan for the whole landscape. It'll allow us to target, private landowners that are in critical areas where we know we need to do treatments to make a dent in that wildfire behavior, and really communicate and work together, because it's at a very large scale. I mean, the Pikes, it's 1.5 million acres. And so you need something to help guide folks in the direction. So, and all of these partners have been part of this collaborative in providing inputs into this model too. We didn't just get this model and say, okay, here's where we're going. They've been from the ground level up. They've been with us in building this platform, which we're really excited to start using. So that's kind of how the CCFC has evolved, is through that working together on that land tenure project. And then afterwards, the idea is, we're going to obviously utilize whatever wildfire crisis strategy funding we get, but also the idea is to go and seek external funds based on that data and say, look, this is what the data is telling us. We already have investments in this area, and go and look for other funding opportunities to match on the private side or the county side. But we're nowhere near as far along as you all in the NOCO stuff. That's a really powerful collaborative that, I know you've been leaning on them to do a lot of really great work. And we were really looking to you all as the standard for how to do that.
If I could just speak to that for a second, we actually looked at both the Pike National Forest and that portion of the Arapahoe-Roosevelt National Forest that's in Grand County when we set up NOCO, and we had some pretty robust discussions. And I think what we found was that when we just started with the ARP and looked at the ARP west of or east of the Continental Divide, down to the plains, down to Denver, and looked at it wrapping around the Denver, Fort Collins, Boulder area, it suggested so many parties, 40 to 50 some parties, into the collaborative between user groups and land managers, that the scale of the collaboration was becoming so large it was just going to turn into another US Congress pretty quick. And so there was a conscious decision. We thought about the pike because we do realize that, you know, there's obviously a bleed over. Each one bleeds into the other. And Brian's right. Landscapes are, and George mentioned it too, I think they are, you know, millions and millions of acres that are larger than any one national forest in the country, a real landscape, because ecology flows not only across distance, but over time. There's cyclical events that species move. Sometimes certain species have moved in a circle over time, and they move over very large areas. And now with climate change, of course, there's, you know, generally, if you're on the east slope of the Continental Divide, wildlife is moving northwest. It's moving up and it's moving north slowly. And so we're thinking about, you know, migration corridors as an example. And so that's a good reason why we should have, you know, crosstalk between the different organizations. But each one of these organizations, when we sit down with the different counties and land managers, pretty soon it would turn, I mean, if you carried the principle, it would turn into a statewide organization quickly, and we'd be back to a pretty ponderous, slow-moving model. And I would point out that it took us, even so, with the people we had and the time they had on their hands, it took us almost 5 years to grow NOCO to where it is today, to just even reach that conservation and recreation vision that we just released. So I think we've been on a decent path. The one hole in it was I did kind of feel like, maybe it's because of Clear Creek County's position on the south end of NOCO. It's kind of like, well, what about the pike? What about just across on the other side of Mount Blue Sky? You know, but I think trying to keep it at a manageable scale so that we can have meetings that can actually end up with some boots on the ground operations and studies, as opposed to them turning into statewide studies, has been really useful to us so far. But I do think that, especially with the pike, the NOCO region needs to, I kind of understand the Continental Divide as both a biological and meteorological dividing line a little bit, and also a behavioral dividing line for tourism and visitation and the kinds of visitation that you get, and the proximity to Denver and all that stuff. But I do think that north-south, looking at pike and at least having some, you know, we need to have some windows in the silos that we can communicate through and make sure that the two are, I'm glad to hear that you're modeling it also.
Yeah, I agree. And sorry to interrupt you. I agree. And I think, you know, it might just be that Clear Creek sits in two forests, and we need to figure out how to have the capacity to be participating in both of these.
Right.
Yeah. So, you know, the two, there's the ARP landscape and the PSICC landscape of the wildfire crisis strategy. It basically covers both of our forests, big polygon around the Front Range. Where the two landscapes meet is right on the Clear Creek boundary, right there. It's also the forest boundary between Clear Creek Ranger District and the South Platte. That is where, I mean, there's a tremendous amount of not only science that tells us we need to invest in that area, because there's a ton of unmanaged fuel in that area, right in the line of the whole community of Evergreen, and thousands of homes that are really in a bad situation that we need to start doing some really robust fuels management. But there's also a lot of political pressure too, because that's where the two landscapes meet, and we need to be showing that we're working together. I think one of the reasons that we haven't seen much going on there is because the ARP is really, they kind of started on the north end of their forest and they're working towards the south for their wildfire crisis strategy. And, you know, the pike we've been kind of working in our own way too, but I have on the books a NEPA project where I'm going to be looking at a good neighbor agreement with the Colorado State Forest Service up at Staunton State Park. They're going to be doing some work on Staunton already, and we're going to include the National Forest, and the State Forest Service will then go on to us and continue those treatments on forest to create a larger footprint in that area, which is just over the hill of Evergreen. And really, we've also been implementing some treatments on our side of the fence that some of the local folks in Harris Park are like, why are you doing this? This isn't going to help our community. It's on uphill side away from us. And it's really to create a window of time for the folks in Evergreen if we get a wall of fire coming this direction. So we're looking at opportunities in that area. It's going to be critical. And I already have plans for doing some NEPA, but in order for it to be truly landscape scale, we need to get the ARP on board on their side. And that's, the name is escaping me. Something Falls. Somebody help me. Maxwell Falls.
Thank you. I was going to say.
Thank you. Yeah, the Maxwell Falls area, there's some opportunities for the ARP to have treatments that would then merge into ours and create a footprint large enough to truly make a difference in fire behavior. Going to throw this out there really cool because it's a cool, really neat statistic. Cameron Peaks Fire burned 100,000 acres in 8 hours. That's the equivalent of 1.4 acres every second. An acre is the size of a football field. So if we're going to truly affect change in some of the mega fires that we've experienced on the Front Range, we have to have treatments big enough to capture a flaming front of that magnitude, which, the public has a hard time. It's not an easy sell, but we've been really busy on my district. If any of you are ever interested in coming and looking at some of our treatments, I would be happy to accommodate a field trip. I've had over a dozen congressional field trips where I've been showing them the work that we're doing, showing them the prescriptions we're using, and we're really proud of the work that we're doing. And we need to keep going because we're in a race against time at this point. We know fire is going to happen. We just want it to be on our terms. So.
Thank you. One last thing from me, just that want to make sure you're aware, we are conducting a CWPP. It's happening through the Clear Creek Fire Authority. If you are not aware of that, I think reviews are going to be going out pretty quickly, and we'd love to hear your feedback on that portion. Anybody else? Staff? Amy?
I just wanted to also share, we recently completed a recreation and the outdoors management plan. And one of the priorities is addressing high use areas, and your staff is one of the items on that list. So I think that could help mean that Clear Creek County is going to fade away partnership opportunities. That we have identified that as a priority and adopted that plan. So we should be coming soon to, work on what that partnership might look like and how to address those concerns.
You bet. And then, one of the complexities of where the line lands is, the parking lots are actually on the Arapahoe Roosevelt. If they were on me, this problem would have been fixed already. Because this has been a priority for me for a long time. But, there's been some turnover on the Clear Creek side. And I think that's, what's sort of fed into our inability to get this issue addressed. I know that they are actively working on filling that position, but it's going to take collaboration and coordination between the forests too. And that's going to take some work on my end that I'm 100% willing to invest in, but we got to get them on board too. And, there's been a change in leadership on the ARP too. I think this is a perfect time for us to dust off this conversation, start fresh, and really have a go at coming up with a long-term solution for this area. I think it's something we can do. It's going to take some work though.
It has a lot of community impacts on the county of Clear Creek and on our residents. So it's in our interest to solve this and then participate in the problem, in the conversation.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And we'll be sure when we get to know the new forest supervisor, that he knows who to come talk to about what he might want to do at the top of Vanilla Pass.
Yeah.
He or she.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah.
Oh, Randy.
I just wanted to point out that actually neither one of those appointments has been permanently made yet. We have an acting forest supervisor, I believe, at this time in Jason, and we also have an acting district ranger, Clear Creek Gilpin District, which is of course what abuts Pike National Forest in Rachel. So we have two acting people who will be going away once a permanent appointment is made. I believe that's still the case. Which kind of puts us in limbo. It puts us in a time of flux with the projects we've got planned going on with them in our interaction at NOCO. Not that they aren't trying, but folks come in for a period of months and then they're drinking through a fire hose. And then moving on and somebody else comes in and drinks through the fire hose for a while. And we certainly need to get stability and we're hoping that the forest can make those permanent appointments and then make them stick this time.
Well, a little birdie told me that there might be an announcement very soon about the forest supervisor. So
Good.
we'll see. But I can use what little influence I have, Randy, to make sure that this conversation is at the forefront of the new forest supervisor's agenda, because it is important. We need to address this. Just for the safety concerns alone, let alone the wilderness and the wildlife impacts.
Okay, well, thank you. I think we've identified a couple of next steps. I would love to see Clear Creek identify someone to at least be on the distribution list for those collaborations you're doing.
Okay.
I'd love to see us get you the ROMP so that you have a sense of where our heads are at on recreation management. And I would love to make sure that you have a chance to review our draft CWPP.
If you could send me a contact, I would be happy to who you would like to be on that CCFC. I will certainly make that happen.
Can we ask staff to handle that, Amy? Brent?
Yeah.
Okay. Staff is going to get you a contact. I'll get you a contact to the fire authority staff so that we can get you on the CWPP list. Thank you. If it's okay, I think I will consider this the completion of both our annual update with you and the scenic byway update, unless anybody has anything else on either of those topics.
No.
All right. Conversations with one awesome person here. Thank you.
Sure. Can I share one more thing that we're working on? So we are anticipating coming out with the objection period in the next couple weeks for the integrated management target shooting EA, which is a big project we've been working on for over 8 years on the Pike. And essentially what it is we are going to be managing recreational shooting, which means we're going to be building official shooting ranges on national forest to accommodate safe and responsible shooting activities. And additionally, we're going to be closing large swaths to disperse shooting across the forest. This is another project where we kind of look to the ARP, who had a similar project that they have completed in the last couple of years. Ours is a little different than theirs, but it is what we call an adaptive management document decision, which allows us to sort of tweak things as time goes, depending on how things are going on the ground. But the main thing is that, much like the dispersed camping, anytime you regulate an activity, it's like squeezing the balloon. It's going to go someplace else. And so I'm just letting you all know that this is happening. I'm happy to provide you a link to the project website if you would like to read about it. And it's, we could not have timed it any worse with, going into the objection period right when we're about to have an election. And so that has been really tough, but we've been working with what's called the Southern Shooting Partnership for over 8 years on this project. And it's going to be a big deal when we get it signed, because we are experiencing just unacceptable levels of resource damage and unsafe shooting practices across the Pike. It's out of control. And so we are really welcoming this decision, and we'll keep you posted on how it goes.
Thank you. If I could ask staff to help us, this board, focus on that a little bit. I'm definitely gonna want to see that plan. We what we agreed to, we didn't agree to, what's in, and I'm sure you know this, in the Arapahoe Roosevelt plan is that closures are identified in Clear Creek. When we get a shooting range built, they are in effect. I would love for the Clear Creek portion of the pike for us to be able to achieve those closures through the construction of the shooting range that we're currently building in Dumont. I don't know if you're set up this a similar way or not, but if you're talking about, it seems to me like that would meet that need. And you know, when you think about geography and travel sheds, et cetera. So let's not like jump all the way into that, but that's like just a little bit of a heads up that it's the first time hearing about this plan. And you may receive a comment from Clear Creek along those lines.
You bet.
If I can.
Yep.
I would point out that we, since the rec sports shooting partnership and the Arapahoe ARP went into effect, there have been, I believe, a total of 2 shooting ranges that have gone into construction for the purpose of absorbing that and getting those closures for the entire ARP. I mean, the NOCO region, at least, you know, up to, and NOCO sprung out of the rec sports shooting partnership all the way to the Wyoming border. They're both in Clear Creek County. So I would second George's comment that we feel like we're doing our share with putting in shooting ranges to get the closures in our county. And hope that we're viewed that way, as especially again, as George said, looking at the geography of how much of the pike we've actually got in the county and so forth, and what we're already doing with one of those shooting ranges on Mount Blue Sky on its northeast flank.
Yeah, certainly. We adopted the same sort of tactic in that we're not going to close anything until we build something also. And so we've identified a minimum of 3, but up to 6 ranges to be built on the 3 ranger districts of the pike. So, you know, we're looking into the future to be able to accommodate those needs. Some of the comments we got from, you know, the public were that, you know, you need more, you need to be able to accommodate all the shooting. And, you know, I would push back on that. There's nothing that says that we have to accommodate all the shooting. We have to accommodate some shooting. And so that's where that adaptive nature comes in. It will allow us to build more if we need it in the future. It'll also allow us to shut down more if some of the areas that are open to dispersed shooting, folks are not behaving themselves and we're having incidents. It gives us the ability to manage those areas too. So it's going to be a little while. It takes a long time to, you know, raise funding, do NEP or build plans and those sorts of things. The NEP actually covers the construction of the ranges, but it's going to take some time. But we're all just, you know, super happy that we're moving in the right direction. Finally, it's been a huge lift, and it's been a political minefield navigating this because a lot of folks want to turn this into a Second Amendment issue. It's absolutely not. It's everything to do with, you know, managing an activity on national forest, like we manage most activities. So
for us, it has a lot to do with our residents finding bullet holes in the siding of their homes. So yeah, it's important.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else?
I think that's all I had. I want to share. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's good to see you all.
There's
Oh, yes, thank you as well, Lisa. Can we do a quick bio break?
Yes.
Been sitting here for an hour and a half.
The agenda.
Is it on the agenda for right now?
Yes.
I remembered.
I'm just following directions. Okay. We're gonna do a quick break. We'll be back on at 10:10. Yeah. Randy, we are ready to proceed, presuming you're back. Excellent. Thank you. Next on the agenda, we've got a couple of planning and building conversations. So the first is a work session to discuss the restructuring of planning and building with Amy Saxton and team.
Yes, thank you. I have several members of my team here. There may be some online as well. I want to introduce it to some, I think you know most of these people. Our Chief Building Official, Dave Danielson. And I want to introduce, you probably don't know, our Community Services Officer who handles code enforcement and our short-term rental program. This is Dakota Sherry.
Nice to meet you all.
This is Lexi Berger. Lexi is our Planning and Building Operations Manager. She is responsible for our operations, which includes permit services and our GovBuilt program. She makes sure our permits move through efficiently and that customers know what's going on, basically. She also handles a lot of other things, just keeping everyone in line generally. And then finally, on the end, we have Garrett McAllister. He's our new planning manager. He's been here for about a month and a half now, something like that. And he is leading the planning team.
Let me say welcome to all of you.
So we are here today to talk through, can we put the PowerPoint up, Megan? And we can go to the first slide. So the goal, we are here today to talk about what's happening on the planning team, some of the changes that have happened in the last year. And we're going to start by looking at just going back in time a little bit to remind you of where we started a few years back. And then we'll talk about some current initiatives that are happening right now. Next slide. So this slide is a reminder of where we were basically prior to 2020. So prior to 2020, the department was led by a community development director, and these positions were the primary structure of the department. We had several functions that were clustered in the planning department that included special events, rafting, site development, permit tech support, as well as running the administrative software, and what we could cover in code enforcement was all kind of clustered in one position in the planning team. In 2020, we made a restructure that, if you can go to the next slide, Megan, that looks like this, where we created the strategic and community planning department. And that also created, moved housing up in that group. I faded those out since we weren't really focused on that. And that moved some of the functions out of that planning role. So they were in the recreation department and tried to focus the planning and building group really on those two functions. And that was led by the planning and building services manager. When that position, when that person moved on, we had an opportunity to do some additional restructuring. So we can move to the next slide. And that brings us to where we are today, where we have the planning manager role. Basically, we kind of split that planning and building services manager position into two, and created that planning manager role to add capacity to the planning team. We combined the permit services function and the building department under the chief building official. And also, I forgot to mention, when we created the strategic and community planning group, we also moved the OWTS function over into environmental health. We didn't do it exactly when we created the strategic and community planning group, but over the time, that was one of the changes that we made. So we got that position over into public works. We also, into public health, the environmental health group there. And then we also moved the site development permit tech and that function over into public works. So that was not a shared function either. And generally what we did was clean things up so that the planning and building group was only planning and building, and that we didn't have shared positions, and it was a little bit cleaner.
So this brings us to our current state, which is depicted on this chart here. Anybody have any questions about that?
I'm curious how the FTE count has changed over time, but that's not necessarily a question to this slide. Well, I guess it is.
It has stayed the same. And that's one of the things that we've been able to do that's allowed us to create more capacity for code enforcement, which is one of the things that we have heard from the commissioners over the years as a need. That before we had code enforcement as sort of something we were able to do when there was time. And what this has allowed us to do is recognize code enforcement as a process like any other, and recognize that code enforcement is something that our whole team touches and commits to, and it moves through our department similar to any other permit to some extent. It's a case. When someone comes in and brings a development proposal or a building permit, that's basically a case that moves through all of the different disciplines, depending to some of this. A single family resident application has to touch the planning department, it has to touch the site development department, the OWTS department, and the building department. In many cases, a code enforcement case might have a similar set of applicability and needs the same breathing room and attention from our full team. And so what we did was created more capacity for code enforcement by moving, especially special events and rafting, over to recreation, and focusing different areas in the department to be able to get a little bit more visibility on all of these things and be able to figure out how to make more capacity for these things. But the FTE count has remained the same. Randy's got his hand up.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, really quick observation here. In the future, it would be helpful to use either some black font or some darker colors on those boxes to the right. And I recognize the function. I read the part at the bottom. I get that, but I'm looking at my own screen and actually blowing up anyway, just wanted to say that because the reason is I was looking for code enforcement as you were talking about that. And
right. The code enforcement is titled the Community Services Officer.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay.
And I do have the items on the right as faded out, just to try to call attention to the planning and building functions.
Understood. I just couldn't read them. Yeah.
Thank you. I will try to work on that to make it more visible in the future. Okay, any other questions on that? I will move on to some of our current initiatives. We'll move through some of the main functions that we have going on right now. Okay, this is where team members, we will need help from you here. So first, we want to talk a little bit about permit services and operations. The permit services team this is what they are primarily responsible for: helping customers understand and identify the processes that they are applying for and what is required, ensuring an efficient and easy to understand permit workflow. They perform special projects and administrative and technical support, and they manage KORA requests. The main thing we wanted to cover here is to provide a demo of our new software, GovBuilt, which is available to the public now. And so what we're going to do is Megan's going to stop sharing, and Lexi, if you would please share GovBuilt and just talk us through, Lexi and Dave, however you guys have arranged this, to talk through a little demo of our GovBuilt software.
Yes, absolutely. I think the sharing request went through, Megan.
Yeah, I said allow.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to do something else. My apologies. Okay. So
at the first glance for our residents and citizens, they won't notice a huge difference. We're going to walk you through as if you were a resident coming from our main webpage, which is probably where you went to, how you can access this permit portal. This permit portal is actually available in probably 11 to 15 different locations across our website right now. That is due to the fact that multiple departments, not only just in strategic and community development, but road and bridge, site development, environmental health, and there are recreation, which is under, but, and there are some other departments that we're hoping to get on to using this platform. So one of the locations that is most obvious for our constituents and residents is the big permit circle in the middle of our homepage. This is our permits page. This is mostly related to structural permits, but they can access this new platform here. This platform, we did used to have a similar cloud-based software that was directly linked to our server-based software here at the county, which depended on a lot of exterior IT services to support it. This is completely replacing that, and that actually has not been available to our constituents for about the past year, just due to software updates and such since the last time we purchased this version. So something to keep in mind. They will be told that they're going to be redirected to a new site. This is clearcreekcounty.govbuilt.com. That is the URL. On this platform, they can do everything from looking up a license of a current short-term rental, a contractor for environmental health, a potential building contractor, a rafting license for a rafting entity, a mobile food trucks license that the planning department has issued. All of these different licenses are in one place in a centralized location, even though they are pulling from different departments. So this should aid our citizens a little more ease in finding what they're looking for, no matter where they're going to look for it. This is also available if you search on Google. It's SEO compatible, search engine optimized, and let us know. If we scroll down here, we can see a few different options, everything from support, submitting a concern like a community development concern, which will go right directly to Dakota, who manages those concerns, establishes compliance strategies with those violators, and things to that nature. They can apply for their licensing, and then they can go here and apply for a permit. I'm going to briefly walk everyone through what it would look like to apply for a quick permit if, say, the re-roofing company that you hired had an availability tomorrow all of a sudden, and they need that permit now. This is something that we're able to offer our citizens 24/7, even though we're on a 4-day work week. This is a limited amount of permits. Obviously, not everything you can issue right then and there, but it is very nice that these services are available now 24/7 without us having to manually process. So going down to that re-roof application that there was just an immediate availability for, we'll go in here and we'll say Matt Taylor, he needs a permit. So we're going to type in 616 Alpine, and we're going to search for only addresses in the areas that we permit. So right now, as of this moment, this is only unincorporated Clear Creek County and this town of Empire. We can change these parameters with our mapping department very, very easily. So right now we see this is Matt Taylor's house. We're gonna hit the fill button. He's my test dummy house for right now.
Yeah, this is address.
It is.
Excuse me while I write that down. What was Matt's address again? Oh, sorry.
What was that?
Nothing. What was Matt's address? So I was just writing it down. I lost it for a second.
Is this, I'm sorry, is this public information that somebody could access normally?
Only parcels that are deemed public are public. We do actually have confidential information parcels. And so we have worked with our GIS department. So if your address is a confidential address, only the address will show. The name attached to the address will actually show up as confidential. you can't see right now, but there are some hidden fields in here and some coding that I had to do, but.
I'm asking specifically just to ensure that this is public access, or do we need to take this off the screen?
No, this is completely public access. This is public information that everyone can access through our assessor's office, tax record, treasurer's office, and our Esri GIS as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. You need me to.
No,
I imagine that there's consent.
But yes, yeah, absolutely.
So we can all.
No, that is, yes, that part too. Yeah, he knows. So on here, we'll go and we'll type in any job value of 10,000. We'll go in and we'll type in a test email. We'll type in his phone number. And we're gonna say, hey, I am the owner. Great. If they weren't the owner, for instance, I was trying to apply on behalf of him, it would ask me some other information. Really easy. If the owner's the contractor, it autofills. If they're not, it asks for other information. It's pretty self-sufficient. Anyone can fill it out. You're going to enter some basic information about the roof that you're doing. You're going to agree to some terms and conditions. And then you'll go ahead and pay. In this instance, it shows them what the fee is right here, and they can go ahead and process this. I'm going to hit admin approve because I am an admin. Oh, I forgot something it says. I didn't agree to the terms. On the admin side, it just shows us some generic information as it processes through, and they have their permit. On their side, it's very nice because it takes them back to the screen where they can go ahead and now print their permit, view any permits that they have associated with them. If they choose to print it, it has some generic information on here. If they don't, that's great too. And then the nice part is they can also go ahead and request their inspection on here, whatever their inspection is for the next day, and then staff can go and perform it. As soon as staff performs that inspection, they'll automatically get an email as soon as staff hits service using an app that the staff is using on their phone. They can upload photos and that nature. This is also how our short-term rental applicants are going to apply and renew for their licenses as well. And this software is through the API then into our short-term rental dashboard, which is available in multiple locations on our website, as well as our new short-term rental compliance software.
Great. Thank you.
One question from me. I know we struggle to compel property owners to, we don't have legal authority to compel property owners to do things like wildfire mitigation. We have historically had the practice of requiring people be up to standards on wildfire mitigation when they're doing something like replacing their deck or their roof. How does this process accommodate something like that? Can you guys just like help me understand? I bet you there's some context or some nuance here that I'm missing.
So when we have new construction projects come through, we apply the wildfire mitigation practices, the appendix that we have locally adopted, and ensure that that defensible space is established and maintained at that property. Currently, as our standards written, anything post 1996 is supposed to be maintained constantly. So if you're building after 96, your defensible space is established and then maintained from that point thereafter. So then any projects that occur at a property technically enforce defensible space on that without another associated project.
Thank you. And my observation, and I'm not trying to say, oh, stop the tracks, we have to fix this right now. But my observation is when we do it automatically like this, we lose the opportunity to go and say, hey, wait a second, you haven't kept up with your wildfire mitigation.
I think
Issue a permit until you do.
we should clarify two different things. So there is defensible space, which when you are building a new structure, you have to do defensible space. That is included in the building permit for new structures. This example that I provided is one of the limited amounts of permits that you can pull instantly. In that example, that was to redo your roof. Now, we also have another program called the Wildfire Hazard Mitigation Program. That has certain triggers and parameters based on access zone from an unmanned fire station, size of the structure, and total amount of structures on the property, acreage, things like that, that determine if you go into wildfire hazard mitigation. Built into this software are a couple of those triggers, such as 4,400 square feet. If you type that in when you type in what the structure is going to be, it automatically pre-warns you, you're going to have to do this, just so you know. And then staff, when they're reviewing it, will go ahead and add a status to that that says wildfire hazard mitigation. We actually have an example of this right now happening. And we'll send them a form, which is a point system of 300 points. And they'll go ahead and select based on their plans what their wildfire hazard mitigation options are. And if they meet 300 points, then we can process it. We may require them to add additional things like a monitored suppression system. So some of those triggers are automatically built in at the application point, and then there is the opportunity that staff has to have them go through that wildfire hazard process. Everything that's a new structure automatically gets defensible space, which is a different thing. Different parameters and things. So I just want to clarify that too, just in case.
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, the challenge is that we've got homes that were built 50 years ago, and they did what they needed to do 50 years ago. And then, trees have grown for 50 years. So it might be helpful. This is a minor suggestion and we don't have to debate it here. It might be helpful to get some kind of a self-attestation when you're applying for a permit to say, yes, I have kept up with my wildfire mitigation responsibilities. That might be a way to sort of, I do appreciate it's a huge improvement in customer service and I don't want to do away with it at all. Like based on this, it's not exactly minor, but based on this thing.
So we'll take a look at those rules and regulations. We do have a new building code adoption that we're going to be proposing to the board here shortly. And we'll make sure that we have established exactly what is desired by the Board of County Commissioners. We're maintaining that space for existing structures and projects.
So I think what I'm hearing is there's some parts that are processed that we can use to better emphasize the wildfire responsibilities, and some parts might be code updates that need to make sure that, so the process we impose on our applicants has to be supported by code. And so it sounds like there might be a little bit of both here that we need to do to be responsive to your direction.
You're engaging the public. There's an opportunity to educate as opposed to impose or with imposing.
Right.
They're talking about a roof. Maybe that's all they do, but you've engaged them. It's a time to remind them that it's their responsibility to be fire wise, or how they could do that.
Very good.
Just a thought.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Do you want me to stop sharing so you can go back to your slideshow?
Yeah.
Thank you. It's a wonderful new service.
We think it will be, and we will be continually tweaking it and improving it. And as we continue to learn about it and figure out how it works, both for customers and for us as staff.
Randy?
Yeah, I just want to say that as a builder myself, it looks great. And of course, the proof's going to be in the proof will be in the details, realizing the details, because I and I realize this is fairly new and I haven't used it. I'm sure there's always something that can be improved. As George just pointed out, that's a possible improvement. But what I'm seeing right now looks light years ahead of what I've dealt with over 40 years of doing this stuff.
Great, thank you.
Improvements. It looks great. Yeah, Amy and everybody, I realize you got more presentation to go, but I just wanted to throw that in right now in real time.
Thank you. We're pretty proud of it. Lexi has really single-handedly designed and implemented and made this software be what it is. So she deserves a lot of credit.
You should, yeah, well, she should be, and so should you. And it looks like she does this stuff as well as she skis, by the way, but go ahead, please.
Very good. All right, next slide. So on the building department, just to reiterate that basically the responsibilities of the building department are enforcement of the rules related to the construction of buildings, interpretations of code, and providing the systems to track and audit projects. Also, the building department is responsible for the receipt and review of construction documents and the inspection of projects to ascertain code compliance. We have several initiatives underway that Dave has initiated and brought to us. He's just brought an immense amount of value to building processes and just overall, we call it building betterment. And it's just been a great value add. He will be bringing to you some code amendments coming on 11/19. We'll also be looking at building permit fee amendments also coming on 11/19. And we will be proposing a contractor licensing program, all of which you will hear more about on 11/19. And then also the next session after this one will be a discussion of the expansion of services to include Georgetown and Idaho Springs as part of our building department services. Dave, do you want to add anything else? Maybe discuss the efficiency measures that you've been working on?
Yeah, so some of the efficiency measures that we've been working on is to reduce site visits and site trips by consolidating some of the inspections into a singular trip. We've been in the past, we've made multiple trips to construction sites for things like plumbing roughs, mechanical roughs, framing roughs, shear wall inspections, which all those can kind of happen simultaneously at the rough end inspection. So we're really waiting till all those trades get done to do all those inspections simultaneously to add a little bit of efficiency. We're really evaluating our internal processes and procedures as a whole to add as much efficiency as possible. Really planning and looking ahead towards the unified building code department or unified building code approach if we so choose.
Do you want to mention anything else here? You looks like we've got concurrent plan review.
Yeah, so concurrent plan review is another one of those efficiencies that we're working on. What we're trying to do there is to shorten the timeline between plan submittal and plan approval for anybody that's going to take on a project in Clear Creek County. Historically, they've gone through site development, gone through their review process, gotten their review comments and corrections made, taken it over to the environmental health department. Environmental health has approved it, then it moved on to planning. And then once planning was done, it moved on to building codes. So what we're going to do is require all of those documents to be submitted at the same time, and all those things will happen concurrently. That'll really shorten up the plan review time for them. Instead of being 3 or 4 months through the plan review process with the county, should be about 14 days to a month after they make their initial corrections and resubmit. So.
Any questions about that?
If we can achieve that, it would be a vast improvement to what we've done in the past. Just one quick comment on the contractor licensing, and I know we're going to discuss this on the 19th. On the 19th, I'm going to have my eye on, and I imagine my colleagues will as well, sort of our change management approach, right? We have a bunch of contractors that are local that we wouldn't want to surprise them. We would definitely want to kind of handle them through that process, maybe give them a period of time to become compliant. I bet you guys are thinking about this as well. I can tell by the way you're nodding.
Yeah.
Yes, that's something that's directly going to be addressed in our contractor licensing proposal in our documents. There's going to be a grace period for any individuals who have previously pulled permits with Clear Creek County to come into compliance with the new contractor licensing requirements. The licensing requirements aren't designed or have been prepared to eliminate any contractors from being able to perform work in Clear Creek County. It's more a protection for the end users, the individuals that are hiring contractors, to make sure they have somebody that's adequately educated and adequately experienced and insured to be performing work on that property. That's all.
Okay, very good. Okay, next slide. Code enforcement. So the responsibilities of code enforcement basically are responding to complaints, conducting inspections, issuing notice of violations, and testifying in court.
also preparing reports, educating the public, and following up with complaints. And I am going to hand it over to you, Dakota, if you are willing to
Okay.
talk a little bit about your current initiatives. Proactive code enforcement, the slide's up there if you want to have a cheat sheet.
Yes, so currently we are complaint-based and proactive. And for proactive code enforcement, we are going to be doing anything along in view of the I-70 corridor. That's where most of the public goes through and sees and and then we're also going to be doing neighboring code enforcement. What's also called as broken window theory. So if we get a complaint about one property, anything within view of that property, any code violations, will also be taken care of, so that all of these areas are in compliance together.
And that's a new initiative on our part. We have in the past have not done proactive code enforcement at all. And so this is really an initiative that Dakota and Dave and Lexi have brought that means if we see a violation focusing on this I-70 corridor or neighbors, a certain radius of a code violation that we see, that will be something we proactively pursue. And you guys have created a form for this. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
The form for
That you would issue to
Notice and action form.
Oh, yes, we have a notice and action form. It's kind of what we give before a notice of violation. And it's just letting them know that they're out of compliance. And then I give them information on how they can achieve compliance, as well as my contact information. And they have 10 days. And after that process, if they do not come into compliance, then we pursue the notice of violation route. So that it's kind of more of a introductory way of going about it.
Yeah. It's an opportunity for them to establish a compliance strategy to get their property in compliance with county regulations.
Quick comment for me about the focus area. As you guys continue to make progress and think about where to focus, it might make sense to look at where we see significant wildfire risk, where we see significant evacuation challenges, right? We have several neighborhoods that have evacuation challenges. Maybe there's like a heightened public safety risk associated with like a fire safety code violation. Some of the things that kind of pop into my mind when I think about where we might prioritize. And Randy, I see that your hand is up.
You're doing a great job of keeping an eye on that hand. I know it's hard to see sometimes. Yeah, I want to say, so the idea of the I-70 corridor is for one, because it's what you can most easily find without having to go searching in the woods for stuff. But is part of the other reason because it's what visitors coming through the county see, or what was the motivation behind choosing that?
Yeah, absolutely. The individuals that traverse Clear Creek County, the majority of them are going to be along the I-70 corridor through I-70. So we want that to be the appearance that everybody sees of Clear Creek County. We want to reflect well upon those that are traversing our county.
Okay, well, and toward that end, and that's what I want to check on that first. Toward that end, we were just talking about, for example, a couple of byways a little while ago, the Guanella Pass byway, which not that there's a lot up there, but Mestahay Pass, and honestly, US 40 as well, as being major thoroughfares through, because there are a lot of folks it varies from time of day and year and so forth, but US 40 picks up quite a bit of the traffic that comes up I-70 at Empire Junction headed west. And so I would say the US 40 corridor might be something that you might want to think about too, as an area that you would proactively address, as well as, possibly George mentioned fire egress, but also I'm thinking 103 Mestahay Pass. Those jump to mind right off the bat.
Commissioners, what I would just point out is for safety or for I-70,
this is a fledgling program to develop a proactive and code enforcement program. And we are going to be somewhat strapped to provide this as we have proposed the starting it. So I think we are definitely open to feedback on it, but we would need to keep it at a limited, at the scope that we currently have it, and it's in this design. So that doesn't mean we could switch it to something else. We could say instead of I-70, we could do a different road or a different corridor, or we could, instead of the public facing corridors, we could choose safety as a priority for proactive code enforcement. But
Yeah, I'm not suggesting.
but
Yeah,
we,
go ahead.
I'm just sorry, we just would not be able to say, we're gonna do I-70 and US 40 and 103. You know what I'm saying? And we would need to, and safety, you know, we would need to, at least as we're starting this, make it of a limited size, what we would do for a proactive code enforcement. And so that's where we thought was the two areas that were most feasible to incorporate into the work that we are already doing. And again, but if the board would like to direct us to change those priorities, we are of course open to that. But within a certain scope, we would request.
Well, I would point out that there were a couple of other suggestions made in this conversation so far, and all I did was just make a suggestion that it occurred.
Absolutely.
It did. Go ahead.
Well, I was rejecting both of them, just to be clear.
That's how I took it as well.
If I could just finish what I was saying, I would like to. And that was only that it occurred to me that if we were that's why I asked the question, if we're talking public facing areas, it occurred to me that US 40 is a major public facing area that gets sometimes up to 30% of what you see on I-70. And I just thought of the only other major one that could come into play, and I'm not suggesting it. It's just in that vein, those are thoughts. So if you're sending folks out to drive on I-70 and look, I agree that you've already got a really big job looking at everything you can see from I-70. And I was just pointing out that there are visitors that come through our county that hit a couple of other major corridors, not expecting to look at every place everybody goes, but just major corridors like that is food for thought that you can write down on the list of things to do to improve a program going forward, just as George mentioned about fire safety and stuff like that. So thanks.
Absolutely. I've taken notes of these comments from you both, and we can attack these in phases as we accomplish certain areas or certain achievement measures to where we can move on and expand from once we have I-70 corridor addressed and in good shape, we can move on to these other areas of concern that have been noted.
Yeah, I think for right now, I'm not interested in directing a change. I think it makes sense for a number of reasons to start here as you guys build this program out. I think in the future, even before we complete every violation on the I-70 corridor, we might want to shift, but this makes sense for right now.
Right.
Great. We're also developing a better complaint management program with a methodology for prioritizing complaints. So can you guys elaborate on that a little bit?
No. You want that too? Okay. So complaint management, we've decided to prioritize these complaints based on health and safety. Obviously, health and safety is the highest priority. We want individuals to live complete, happy, healthy lives where they're not injured or exposed to a certain environmental hazard. Beyond that, we're going down the list to a lower level of complaint there. We're going to address all these complaints when they're received within 24 hours. Our goal is to be out there same day or the next business day once that complaint's received to make an evaluation. We really want to go out and make contact with the individuals who are providing the complaints, the individuals who have those properties, to really build on those collaborative relationships with our communities. We don't want them to feel that we're unjustly or unduly holding regulations to individuals in the property. We don't want them to feel targeted. So,
is that a gov-built module?
It is in a gov-built module, yes, and that's where we are managing all of our complaints currently. They have the ability to concerns through the gov-built website. And when they come in, they do go to Dakota, and he builds code enforcement cases on them. Whether or not a violation actually occurs with that complaint, it is still documented and tracked, so we can really communicate where we're spending our time and where Dakota's time is going.
Thanks.
And then just, we're transitioning this whole program into GovBuild so that all complaints, whether it's like we've moved the website report a concern button so it feeds into GovBuild. So all complaints are consolidated.
And from my end, GovBuilt has been a really valuable resource. I've been here about 2 months now, and I've created 17 code enforcement cases. 2 have been resolved, and within the system, it's easy to see where cases are and how to move forward with them, as well as all of their information and context.
Very good. Okay, next slide. We wanted to talk a little bit about the short-term rental program. Dakota also is responsible for managing this program. Basically, the responsibilities for this program are the management of the licensees, renewals, new applicants, wait lists, managing the cap, the efficacy impact of the program as a whole, and recommending annual fee or other changes, and monitoring compliance through annual inspections, monitoring property listings, complaint management, contact with responsible agents. So as you well know, we are working on an update to this ordinance to improve several elements of this program. This is something I think you as commissioners have been fairly deeply engaged in for several months, if maybe even years. What we wanted to focus on today is demonstrating our new monitoring software, Rentalscape, and we're also going to demo our SDR dashboard. And so that is also where we're going to have Megan, you stop sharing. And Lexi, if you can share, and then you can all figure out how you want to talk about the, starting with Rentalscape, the dashboard. I don't know, Lexi, if you feel like you want to start talking about it.
Absolutely. So another software that we've been working on is having this new compliance software for short-term rental listings that we find throughout the county. This software that we have is called Rentalscape, and this directly APIs into GovBuilt. So once we do have everyone renew in GovBuilt their new short-term rental permits, this information is going to be given to Rentalscape from GovBuilt using a push call. A push call is basically saying, instead of someone walking over to the filing cabinet and looking in there and pulling the information out, someone's going to walk it over, in this case GovBuilt, and say, hey, Rentalscape, update this. Dakota just issued this new permit. It's active. It's in here immediately. So these two softwares do work together. They're going to talk to each other. And what this does is it basically identifies every single listing, whether that's on a platform, it's on a private website, it's on Craigslist, it's on Facebook, it's on myyurts.com, whatever it's on, HipCamp, you name it, they know about the software, even if it's a private website. And so what this is going to do is it's going to tell us a lot of information. So here I'll go and I'll just zoom in on like this neighborhood over here that is our second most popular and clustered neighborhood next to St. Mary's in this software. And so if we zoom in here, we can see there's a whole bunch of different dots here. These different dots mean different information. Some of them mean that there might be a listing for this property, but it's actually not active. You can't book the property. A lot of instances, this is where they say, oh no, we're not booking, but we're advertising it. And then someone privately tries to exchange information. Some of these are properties that we're not sure if they're actually a property here. We can't match the photos up or anything of that nature, but based on the location and some other information, identifying information, it's probably a short-term rental. And then we also just have our red dots, like this red dot, which is just a property that they know We did not provide them with a license. This property is unlicensed according to our software. They have an active license listing and they are accepting bookings at the moment somewhere in Clear Creek County. And so there's some other information that we can see in here as well. We can actually see how much is this person renting their rooms out. I can click and go to the live listing on any of these different channels, no matter how many there are. It assists Dakota with telling him already, hey, this is a possible violation. You need to look a little further into this. We're lacking some information. Maybe it is that Dakota just didn't get them that information because he gave them their permit earlier this morning and now it's flagging. But this is an opportunity for us to look into it. Once we API with GovBill, it's going to be pretty concrete. There's not going to be this lag in information. It will be immediate. But it also even tells us some other information that we can use to determine how we want to move forward with our short-term rental regulations, such as what the booking activities are, average daily rates, revenues, when it's mostly rented out, and other things of that nature. And this is not unique to one property in particular. As we can see, here's another red property right down here. And these are all over our county. So this software really makes it easy for Dakota to identify who is either not using their license properly, because the software can also go ahead and identify, hey, you have a certain type of license. That means you can only rent out this many days a year. And we see that you were booked 92 days this year instead of 91. And we can go ahead and put those violations or fines or whatever we're going to do with them. So this actually gives us a way to have static, concrete information to say, no, we can prove that this is the case. We're not questioning you, we're telling you. We can tell what's happening. So this is a great resource that Dakota uses all the time. Dakota, do you want to speak to it at all, or?
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a really useful software, particularly with complaints of short-term rentals operating without permits. So instead of, oh, my neighbor so-and-so here, I'm able to see where it is. And the software brings me straight to the Airbnb VRBO listing. And I'm able to document that as evidence moving forward, as well as, getting a code enforcement case in GovBill to get that process rolling, to get them in compliance with our regulations, and have that listing taken down in the meantime.
Any questions about this?
The former tool, this is private access, right? You have to log in to get it.
Private access. And then we're going to go into showing you our public access side of it too, that we have.
Yes, so we can switch over to that. Then we'll show you our STR dashboard, which we have on our website, and how to get there.
So we're back on our homepage. And so if you're a neighbor and you want to know if your neighbor is permitted or unpermitted in the short-term rental, it's actually really easy. You can just go to doing business, because it is kind of a business. And you're going to click on short-term rental dashboard. It's right down here. This is also available in other locations as well throughout our website, like the short-term rental information page. You can easily access this and a couple other locations. This is not a separate software. This we already are using through our Esri GIS software that we use for ClearMap. So this is completely something that we already have. We work with the mapping department, and this also has an API that will work with GovBill and Rentalscape. So this information to our citizens will always be 100% accurate. We can see right now this lovely yellow hotspot is St. Mary's. This is our most popular area in the county of permitted short-term rentals. And now notice these are just permitted short-term rentals. This is public information. So it's showing us those absentee counts, primary resident counts, what those percentages are, and the current emergency contact information we have stored in our current database. Again, as of a month from now, when everyone goes to renew their short-term rental licenses, they'll have to re-enter all of this new information into GovBill, our new software, and it'll all just API over. So this will be a complete data set in about 1 month.
if we go in on here, we can go down and see, hey, I was really curious if all three of these houses had a short-term rental. If one of them, I feel like everyone on my street has a short-term rental permit. Well, they can go on here and be like, oh, that's because these houses do all have a short-term rental permit. So yeah, that makes sense that I feel that way. And they can go and check there. Or they could go and say, hey, I think Joe Schmo had someone at his house for 29 days and that's not 30. So I want to investigate. And they can go in here and see, do they have a primary resident short-term rental permit or not? So this is one way for our citizens to kind of do their own research before having to reach out to Dakota and see if there are any permits. So this is all the public side of things, and this is all through our GIS mapping department. Additionally, if anyone goes through our normal clear map GIS system, their short-term rental permit information will show in there as well. So they do actually talk back and forth to each other. That is an opening phase. And yeah, public side.
Any questions about this?
I do want to point out a couple things
Oh,
real
yeah,
quick on that. Here on these short-term rental listings with these properties, the purple are absentees, the yellows are primary residents. There's a little dot that you see next to the address. If you click on that little dot there, you also get the emergency contact information for that property. So if you're having an issue with that property, say they're having loud music or they're having parking on the street or parking in your driveway, you can click on that little dot and it'll pull up the information for the contact person for that property. In our regulations, they should be responding within an hour of you contacting their phone number and leaving them a voicemail.
That dot right under the numbers?
Yes, that dot right underneath the number, there it is. And there's their emergency contact for that property. So that's public information. And we are going to push out and get that communication created with our citizens so they know how to access this information themselves next year.
I don't have any questions. I know that Randy and I had a good lengthy demo of this. And not trying to silence you, Randy. Mitch, do you?
I'm doing well.
Okay.
Very good.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm tracking on my own screen too.
Cool. Okay, we can go back to the PowerPoint. And this is our last team. Next slide. We're going to talk about the planning team. Garrett, do you want to just talk about this? This is the responsibilities of the planning team. We got 2 slides on this one.
Sure. So the responsibilities of the planning function are to kind of review land use entitlements and development projects. If you, I guess we're sort of the beginning of the whole process. We've been working backwards, maybe.
We have.
We help applicants navigate the planning process, ensuring compliance with our planning regulations. It's really just kind of looking broadly at land use patterns and development in the county, right? We also update long-range planning documents from comp plans to sub-area plans to specific topic plans like a economic development plan or something like that. And our main regulatory documents are zoning and subdivision. We engage agents and stakeholders on project impacts. We have a lot of different agencies that we send referral letters to when there is an entitlement case and we want comments from that agency. We inform and engage the public on development projects. Already our noticing conversation that we've been having the last little bit. We're interpreting social and economic and planning trends and best practices. And we offer insight on policy coordination and stay updated on state legal requirements, which is also really important. And then just programs and resources as well related to planning topics that are coming from the state and the federal government.
You can go to the next slide, Megan.
I just want to share, well, we're still on planning. Go ahead.
So we have a few current initiatives that we're working on. I think you mentioned I've only been here about a month, but there's a bunch of different things that we're working on. A couple of things related to BOCC recommendations with our noticing standards and outdoor storage and screening requirements. We've put some work in on that, but we're kind of putting a pin in it for now to pivot and focus a little bit more on our current fee schedule and looking at updating that. We also are identifying some additional code, zoning code updates, subdivision as well, but mostly zoning right now. And we will talk more about those in the future. And then some other long-term policy needs for long-term planning, like our comprehensive plan, potentially an economic development plan, like I've mentioned, housing action plan in conjunction or some implementing some policies from the housing plan with the housing authority, I can never get this acronym right, multi-jurisdictional housing.
MJHA.
Thanks. That's a struggle. Okay. Some other long-term zoning revisions, like I mentioned already. And then I've also been just kind of looking at our website and our customer service experience and wanting to update the website, some cleanup on the website, thinking about the possibility of some Spanish resources, some how-to videos and guides on how to kind of just read and understand zoning and subdivision and our regulations. And then some information on our current works in progress. We have a list that I've been working on, and I'd like to link that to our active cases map so you can see what type of entitlement case is happening and where it's happening in the county. So I think that's all I have for now.
Questions or comments?
Just a comment from me. I'm just excited to have the opportunity to progress in our land use code. I'll observe that I don't think it's been updated in light of our 2016 master plan or in light of our housing crisis, right? And so I'm really looking forward to digging in and modernizing that with you.
Yeah, same. I think there's a lot of opportunity for improvement and aligning, like you mentioned, our comprehensive plan updates with our regulatory documents.
One more slide. And just generally, I mean, I think between all of what you've heard today, the members of the team that are here and all the members of the team that are not here, we are working on this philosophy, and this is really something Dave has brought, this idea of department betterment, an adopted philosophy of continuous improvement to help continue to make changes to improve internal processes. We are committed to that. We've invested in that. We are identifying those changes. And I think some of what you've seen today is evidence of that. We're trying to focus on these elements of efficiency, quality of work, culture, and customer service. And those things, but it's not limited to that. Those things are interrelated. They support each other. We are trying to encourage an environment where anybody can bring a good idea to the table, and also recognize that you can make big improvements with a small change. And also some improvements take a long time because they take they're glacially related, they have big rocks, so, but I feel like we've made a lot of progress, so proud of.
I don't have a question, but I need to share that I'm really impressed with the evolution of your team over time. And it looks like you guys are really prepared to have a huge impact on the work we do. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you.
Randy, anything from you?
No, thanks.
Okay, well, Mitch, you spoke well for us. You guys, welcome to the team. Really excited for the future at our planning and building departments.
Mr. Chair, if I might, I just want to say thanks to the team. It kind of reminds me too, we got several new staff in here and we need to do a better job of getting them in front of the board, right? So glad that we had this opportunity for you to meet them, and just wonderful job on the update. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I would just like to say that I don't want my short answer a second ago to mean anything because I said a little bit ago, I was very impressed with what I was seeing and it was only for that one section, but I think overall, all the improvements are every one of them moving in a good direction. That's
Thank you.
it.
Thanks all, and thank you all. Nice work. Dave, I think you're still here.
Yes, I am. Like to run.
Yeah.
I'm not running. I'm putting my notebook away. Do I need to stick with it? Oh, you're good.
We are transitioning to same presenter, different topic. This is an example of a big rock. Randy, I know you ran on this in 2012 and in 2016, so it's been a while coming. And I'm really excited to be able to get this done. We're here to discuss a countywide building department in
Yes.
collaboration with our municipalities.
Again, this is another slide deck that if you could please share. Let me find this. It's PDF. I think I got it. I think it's a PDF. Got it. Unified Building Code Enforcement. This? Yes. Love it. So, are you guys ready for me?
We are ready. Floor is yours.
It's gonna start rolling. Okay, so, we are here today to talk to you about, a project that's been underway for a few, months now. To explore the opportunity to create a unified building department, a unified building function that would allow us, so right now, as you may know, our building team right now includes providing building department services for the town of Empire. What we are exploring is the opportunity to also provide those services for Georgetown and Idaho Springs. So unified building code enforcement is what we are discussing today. Next slide. Oops. And just to recap a little bit about what we've done so far, we have met with Georgetown and Idaho Springs. They are very interested in having this happen. They have been working with a contract company that provides these services to them. And they are not particularly happy with that because one of the problems is that the contract company has limited capacity to be here in Clear Creek County. And so it means that they have a limited number of days that they could be here to provide inspection services. So that initial meeting with staff and the towns went very well. We presented a concept for this at a mayors and commissioners meeting. And we've also presented this idea to the board of selectmen for Georgetown and to the city council at Idaho Springs. So a unified approach really, it's something that we really think is feasible and has a lot of benefits to Clear Creek County. Dave, is there anything you want to say about why this is a good idea?
Yeah, it's a great idea for everybody within Clear Creek County because everybody's got small municipalities, small jurisdictions. By unifying our building code approach, it really standardizes what construction standards you can expect. You go inside Idaho Springs, you're going to have a different requirement than Georgetown and then Clear Creek County unincorporated. So by aligning all of those values and visions and rules and regulations, it really makes it a better place for contractors doing business in Clear Creek.
Oh, yes, next slide. So as this says pretty much what Dave just said, unifying with Clear Creek will improve service levels. No. That was not it. No, this was good. So some of the things that this will allow us to do is that these are some of the service improvements that this will provide. That we will be able to do that the current systems are not able to do. Plan reviews with a targeted completion of 14 calendar days. We'll be able to provide next day inspections, which is something that we are already doing, where if somebody calls and says they want an inspection, we're there the next day. And that's something we'll be able to continue to provide, even with the incorporation of Georgetown and Idaho Springs. And we have this technology that we presented today that will also be an improvement in service for the municipalities. Since it's cloud-based, we'll be able to offer that to them as well. And the contractor licensing program that we're working on is something that has been appealing to both Georgetown and Idaho Springs. So how do we do this? There are several things that we need to do to make this happen. One is that each entity needs to adopt the same series of codes. That there's some mix and match for that because, so for example, we've already adopted the 2021 code, but Idaho Springs and Georgetown both have to move up to the 2021 building code. We have some code amendments and codes to add to our code array that we will need to adopt so that we can get to a place where all of the entities have the same series of codes. One of the things we'll be presenting to you also on the 19th, yes, is to adopt existing building code standards, which we do not currently have adopted, but the towns do. But that's something that will be part of getting everybody on the same page for code adoption. We'll also be proposing a unified fee schedule, and we're proposing a fee schedule that that is based on projected expenses for the building department operations. So getting everybody onto that same fee schedule will be another thing we have to do. We're also going to have to work with the partners to figure out a unified approach to how they will cover their costs. The way they worked with a retail entity to get building department services was that the fees were structured such that they were able to recover 20% of the fees as a kind of a commission or a kickback or however, whatever, if kickback is not the right term, but you know, as a
Cover their costs associated with this.
yes, but it was a portion of the fees that they were able to keep for themselves, right? So Safe Built, the company that hired charged the fees and they retained 20% of those fees. Since we are providing a permit fee schedule that is designed to cover our costs, if the partner entities will have to decide whether their fees are cost plus whatever they want to recover, or whether they want to develop a fee schedule of their own to cover the services that they're delivering themselves. Does that make sense? Okay, but so that's a slight difference since we are a government entity that is doing this for them. One of the things that is different about us providing this, of us doing this for them, is it's more like the fact that the state is responsible for electrical permits. In this case, the county will be providing the building department permits for those towns, just like the state provides electrical permits and they have jurisdictional authority over electrical permits. We will have the jurisdictional authority over building permits for the towns, and which is slightly different than contracting a firm to provide building department services. And that is an important distinction that the towns do need to understand. We still have the ability to be very flexible and accommodating of the town's needs for historic preservation and design and review consideration and all of those parts. But we still want them to make sure they understand that is the relationship that this will be.
Randy?
Yeah. Do you anticipate, is the state currently doing electrical inspections on building permits in Clear Creek County?
Yes.
Yes, state issues their own electrical permits. they do not perform electrical reviews for the state. They come in twice a week to perform electrical inspections within Clear Creek County. They cover Clear Creek County unincorporated, and Georgetown, Idaho Springs is currently contracted through Safe Build.
Yeah, should we have the capacity? That's an interesting one. Should we have the capacity because we have the legal right to do it? Should we have the capacity to include electrical inspections within hours? I know from a builder standpoint, two things just popped out at me as I was seeing this, and you offered these options, and I think they're very important to consider. Covering the cost option, I think it's preferable from a consumer standpoint, having done scores of building permits,
Yeah.
maybe 100 or something. It's better to have one-stop shopping and to be split up between multiple entities. That's one. And the other thing is it's better to have one-stop shopping as much as possible for building inspections and so forth, as opposed to the state. Now, I recognize that the state would be coming in. Would the state be activated by the county? Is the request from the consumer to the county and then the county goes to the state, or will the consumer have a separate electrical permit within the building permit to the state?
Yes, so the contractor or the homeowner that's doing the electrical work within their building will need to get their permit issued directly with the state, and the county will not be involved in that process. What we will do is ensure that that final electrical inspection has been satisfied before we issue any certificates of occupancy. We would love to provide electrical inspections and electrical plan reviews for Clear Creek County and all the jurisdictions there within. But the Colorado revised state statutes were recently changed that prohibit us from doing that unless we have a licensed electrician on staff. Unfortunately, I was never a licensed electrician, though I'm certified in electrical inspections and electrical plan review. So that is an item that unfortunately we will not be able to take up unless we hire a licensed electrician.
Okay, I understand. I get that now. I was unaware of the legislative change, so I understand the landscape you're in right now, and it makes a lot more sense to me. If the legislation also requires that the consumer contract or get their permit directly from the state and deal directly with the state, then I guess we're stuck. It would be a lot better customer service if they had one place, even if it's a state that's inspecting, one place to go through rather than multiple. But it is what it is. Thanks.
And what I would also offer is if the partner entities chose the option of us collecting their 20% or 25%, that would mean that the building permits for residents of Georgetown and Idaho Springs were 20% higher than they were for unincorporated Clear Creek County. And the towns the towns will be in discussion about that. But that would mean they would have higher building permit costs than unincorporated Clear Creek County. The building permits are calculated based on property valuation and cost of the department, which creates a multiplier. So in order to provide that 20% or whatever to the towns, the multiplier would have to use a separate multiplier for the towns of Georgetown and Idaho Springs that was 20% higher or whatever their percentage was. And the services that the towns would be trying to cover would be the initial plan review and any initial work that the town did to make sure that the project complied with the specific criteria that town had based on their zoning, based on their design review board, or based on whatever historic goals they had for the project. So those will be continued discussions with the towns to determine how they prefer to do that.
Don't those same services exist within the county, and are they charged separately, or are they charged within the building permit, the initial plan review and getting through planning and zoning, stuff like that? Because it seems like it should come out the same at the end of the day.
Yeah, the planning department has its own fee schedule that are charged separately from the building permits.
Right.
So that would basically be the fee schedule that the cities and towns would need to establish. Within Georgetown, Idaho Springs, they wouldn't realize those planning fees that we would be applying to our permits.
Right, and so what happens if we collect it in that 20% and remit back to the town is so we have a building permit fee and then we have a planning fee. And then, or if it's in the towns, we have a building permit fee and the town has a planning fee. And so what it really is a pass through that it would be passing through the county to them. It doesn't really increase their cost of doing business. It may make the building permit itself more expensive, but it's an all-in-one building permit that encompasses planning with it because it would be covering the municipal portion as well.
But we can't provide planning.
Randy, I think what you're suggesting is that whether it costs more or not, it might be viewed as by applicants.
I think
am I understanding you right?
The end cost to the applicant may be the same because they have the increase in the county permit, but then they have the elimination of the fee from the town because that money passes through the county to the town and the town provides the planning. So that's all I meant. It's just which way does the money flow, but it's the same money. They either pay it to the town or they pay it through the county.
It's separate.
Yeah.
They pay the town, the Empire currently does this, so we would model it after Empire. So they go through the town of Empire and their planning process completely prior to going through the county and the building process.
Right.
So the
Right.
town will establish that planning fee, and then anything that's in a municipality doesn't get charged our planning review fee, but the regular building permit fees would still be applicable.
Right.
And that-
So, yeah, so their cost reduces in one spot and rises in another. In the end, it seems like it would be the same in the unincorporated county or in the town, generally speaking. Pay it with your right hand, pay it with your left hand, whichever.
Well, but the planning is based on the zoning code of the entity, so.
Understood.
And the other factor is the towns have a use tax that we don't want to get in the middle of collecting. And
Right.
so there's a benefit to having the towns have a fee to collect so that they can also collect their use tax.
Okay, well, it's not a big deal one way or the other to me. I was just pointing out that I don't think it actually costs the end consumer more money if they're just paying one direction instead of paying the other direction for the planning service, which is still provided by the town. But under one of the models you're discussing, it would be paid through the county to the town effectively by that 20% being passed back.
Well, not to keep beating this horse, but I mean, I don't know that the towns know for sure that 20% is or is not commensurate with their costs.
Okay.
I wonder, I don't think, Randy, I don't think your intent is to say this has to be part of the first, sort of the first
Nope,
approach
just
to
an
this.
observation, just an
Yep,
observation. of comments.
Absolutely. But I do agree with you that this could be an awesome next thing to look at, or like a thing to look at as we roll out this program. I think your core observation that having a one-stop shop is valid. At least it's persuasive to me. And I see, you can't see the room, but I see staff nodding as
Yeah.
well.
We definitely agree that especially, I mean, but again, we are focused on building department functions, not planning.
Mr. Chair,
Correct.
in my
Understood.
in my conversation with both administrators, they definitely want to keep the planning piece in their jurisdictions.
Right, I think
At
so.
least at this point.
So, and that this brings us to one of the next implementation steps, which is determining the process for project review and approval at the town level. What are the details for how a project moves from the town to the Unified County Building Department? And ensure that that is clearly designed, that a clearly defined certificate of approval or similar is established and determined and figure out how we do that.
I think at the end of the day, as I think my way through this, I think that passing the money, I understand what you're doing here and I support all of it. I think at the end of the day, there's the counter argument to the one I'm making about the ease of going to one place to pay your money is that it's going to be too easy for people to labor under the misconception that they're paying 20% more to build in the towns than they are in the county, when in fact the county has a fee over on their end for planning too that's separate. And maybe it very well could be that leaving those, since the towns have their own structure to do the planning, they should charge for their service. And the whole thing is more, it becomes more apparent up front that you can either pay the county to plan if you're in the county, pay the town to plan if you're in the town, and then pay the county once you get to the building permit, and then everyone's on the same page at least. And I think it's easier to not misconstrue this as a penalty to the customers from the town. That's my reaction, listening to the whole conversation and partaking in it.
Thank you. Next slide. So a few other implementation steps are just to discuss a few things like how we will collect use tax, how the project modification process will happen, exactly how a certificate of occupancy will be issued, county code review, construction code expense inspections, and coordination of technologies. And once we work out all of those minor little details, then we would be working on drafting and signing an IGA memorializing that agreement.
I'm gonna put this also in the list of like, wouldn't it be cool when, one of the biggest reasons not to, there are two reasons that a use tax hasn't gone on our ballot, at least is why it hasn't like risen to the top of my list, right? One is just the relative dollar value. The other one is trying to figure out how to collect it. I think by the time you guys are figuring out how to collect use tax on behalf of the municipalities, we probably want to get serious about asking our local voters if they'd rather collect sales taxes for building materials locally or let Jefferson County continue to collect it because Home Depot's in Jefferson County.
Right.
Great. So we just wanted to thank you. So that was the basic overview of what we need to do to get there. And then we wanted to just have a few slides to just review some specific elements of this process. And I'm going to let Dave help me here. Code adoption is something we are going to discuss further as we present our code amendments to you. Dave, do you want to talk about code adoption a little bit?
The code adoption is largely what's already been in place for Clear Creek County. We're going to make some minor alterations to Chapter 1, the administration of the building codes, just so everything runs good between all the municipalities and jurisdictions that have authority. We're also adding the existing building code and the ISPSC, the International Swimming Pool and Spa Code, to our list of codes because we do have swimming pools and spas in Georgetown and Idaho Springs, and it would be a great addition to our building codes. We do have a little caveat that we're going to add to the existing building code, which is going to allow the local jurisdictions to have some say over the aesthetics and the maintenance and general character of their existing buildings and determine what is technically infeasible by code standards, which would be a point where they wouldn't be required to meet current code requirements. But largely the differences for Clear Creek County are nominal.
And we've talked a little bit about the building permit fee schedule. And again, this will come back to you next week where we talk more about it. The long and the short of it is we're creating a building permit fee based on a multiplier that allows us to make sure we have very good cost recovery on our building permit fees.
And I hope there's some new information available to us since the last time we had this conversation, which is the results of the wage study. I hope that informs what you ultimately bring to us. If we are going to adopt the results of that wage study, that probably impacts our costs, right? Because it's people doing the work. So I want to hope that gets tied in.
So you're focusing on the numerator. I'd like to talk about the denominator. And maybe I understand how you're doing it. You're looking at a previous year's total construction cost for the denominator. Maybe to create a little budget buffer, it should be something less than 100% of last year's annual cost, like 80% or 90% or something like that. Just ask, I'm not telling you to do, I'm just think about it.
Say more about that.
by making the denominators, I don't mean to be condescending, making the denominator smaller makes your recovery higher.
Right. Right.
So if instead of 15 million, it was 95% of 15 million, it would give you slightly more revenue from the permitting process, which would create a little bit of budget buffer. That's all.
And the one thing that's not mentioned in this slide that we have evaluated and addressed in our most recent iteration of this is an adjustment for inflation, an inflationary adjustment. So hopefully that'll alleviate some of that concern, but I do hear that, and that is a valid point.
Yeah.
But ideally, we're recovering exactly what was spent or what we're going to spend. And that's the target that we want.
Just wanted to give you an opportunity to have some buffer.
No, I think that's a good idea. That also, in case the valuation of the year, of the current year comes in under. And like one of the other things we're looking at is, and this is especially relevant for the towns where they sometimes have a huge spike, where they have a $100 million project one year, is how to kind of throw out outliers and make sure that the valuation we're looking at is more of an average.
Randy's got his hand up.
Oh, thank you.
Randy.
Yeah, this is a conversation we had the other day in the budget discussion. And it's about when we're trying to make sure that our fees are equal to our cost. We traditionally run at least a year or more in arrears trying to figure that out by the time we do the calculations. And it's because we're constantly looking at last year or even farther back in our cost analysis to determine what next year's costs are supposed to be. And I think it's wise to really build something in either in that percent in the numerator, or as Mish said, by a reduced percentage in the denominator, which is the same thing mathematically. And just to make sure we're really picking it up. And generally the economics of scale are that the smaller job is going to be, the smaller the job is, our cost is a little higher per unit of cost value, but we also don't want to penalize small jobs too much and prevent people from being able to do the work they need to on their homes, the smaller jobs. So there's a trade-off. There's different ways to think about it. If you use the average, you're using the average is giving the small job a break because, a $500,000 house is about the same as a $2 million house when it comes to the number of inspections and things like that going on, for example. I just wanted to throw that out. Thanks.
Anything else on fees for now? There will be plenty of time to talk about it.
Favorite topics, but I'll
also, just the local review and approval is a really important element of this whole thing. That's something Dave and I have talked about a lot. And really, it's one of the topics that we're going to be working with more, where we plan on meeting again with Georgetown to further discuss it with them. They have a design review board that is a very big deal in the town of Georgetown. And so figuring out how to engage with them and give them what they need. But we want to make sure that the relationship is clear and that we have that we keep it clear. Dave, is there anything you want to say on this?
It's very important for Georgetown, Idaho Springs to maintain their community aesthetics and their visions and their development of their communities. So really the local review and approval is going to afford them the opportunity to put in any prerequisites or conditions of approval for permits, and really give them a bit of control over the projects happening in their communities.
And this is where we are going to have to figure out how, what happens when a project modification is happening, and how do we make sure that they can weigh in and have visibility to that, and all of those things we're going to have to figure out. But so that's something we'll be working on. Next slide. And this will be a big one as well, exactly how to provide their staff, their residents with access to GovBuild. How we will do that is I mean, GovBelt is very flexible and we have a lot of ability to make this work. Lexi, is there anything you want to say about this?
No, just that we have had a program similar to this with Empire for quite a very, very long time. And so we're hoping that the processes that we already have in place that have seemed to work for Empire are ones that Georgetown and Idaho Springs can align with to an extent, while just being able to make some minor modifications to adopt their current specifics. That's pretty much it. Yeah, and it will be really great having all of our constituents, the whole county, being able to all say that they're going to one place to do everything. They can see everything in one place. And so that's going to be really nice while still giving those communities control over a little bit of that.
Yeah, you don't have Silver Plum yet, but.
Yeah, I don't know if we're ever going to get Silver Plum on board.
Does the building department budget pick up their share of the GovBuilt license? Or is that in a different bucket?
Yes, the GovBuilt license is considered in the building department budget.
Okay, so we get to recover that when we calculate the multiplier.
Yes.
Thanks.
In the current projections as a part of the multiplier. Okay, so basically we just need to continue to meet with the towns to continue working on these process details, work towards getting this IGA signed, and then move forward on the county fee and code amendments that are scheduled for next week, next meeting, not next meeting, on the 19th. And continue to encourage the towns to work on their own code adoptions. Easy peasy.
What's the all green light schedule to finishing this?
I don't know. I don't have it.
In terms of steps, I know our draft budget includes the FTEs we would need to accommodate this. I presume you're going to wait to post those jobs until after the IGA is signed, or how are you guys thinking about sequencing those?
We have been working on, we're trying to get the permit services coordinator job posted. And because it takes a long time to hire. And so posting it is not hiring it. So we want to get it posted so we have a chance of having those things coordinate. It often takes six to 8 weeks to hire a position. So, but we don't want to get those things in the wrong order. So, we are working on getting that permit services coordinator position posted. For the building inspector, we have, it's expanding our 0.5 building inspector to a full-time building inspector. So that is something that we can do whenever.
Well, there's some breadcrumbs to your question, Mitch.
Randy.
Oh, Randy.
Yeah, I think I know the answer to this one, but I just want to make it clear, and it's probably left out just because nobody would be as dumb as I am to wonder afterwards, but when they read it, but I'm back on to what this made me think of. This current presentation was the last presentation, and a different thought on or question about the code enforcement, whether proactive or complaint management, which is when we're doing code enforcement, because we're talking about effectively the same planning and building department that we're talking about now. Since once we've unified, the county code enforcement is still going to be only in the unincorporated county. Is that correct? Code enforcement in the towns will be left to the towns, the municipalities.
Yes.
Right? That's what I thought. I just wanted, because when I went back and looked at the last slides and these slides, it wasn't really clear. Just wanted to put a highlighter on that so we understood.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing that up.
That's the only question I have from the two.
Okay. And if what you're looking for from the board is enthusiasm and yes, please proceed. I think you have it. Are you looking for anything more specific?
I don't think so at this point.
Okay. Thank you. This is just one example of many of what the new team that you have designed and attracted and inspired is able to do for us. So, kudos to you and to David and Lexi as well.
Job, Lexi.
Yes.
Thank
It
you.
is, yeah, it would not have happened without these two. We would not be in a position to do this.
That's good looking stuff. Yep.
Okay. Um,
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you both.
You.
we are nearly at the end. Yeah. End is nigh. The next thing on our agenda is a work session to discuss the Clear Creek Fire Authority organizational review. I have one update about Silver Plume that I know we're going to want to discuss. Anybody else have anything else?
No, although I don't think we have it on their calendars yet.
Yep.
The Friday meeting.
Mhm.
Oh, the 13th. So your next meeting is the 13th. On that Friday. We should have the survey results.
So we're in our last meeting, Idaho Springs, Georgetown, Empire, and Clear Creek County indicated support for the new IGA. We don't know that doesn't mean that I think Georgetown's board had looked at it, Empire's board had looked at it, Idaho Springs board had not. So there's some chance that we get back some additional red lines, but I know the attorneys and the principal, and the mayors and some of the councils of those organizations are on board. Jonathan Barsh had mentioned that the representative to the fire authority from Silver Plume had resigned. I found out that actually just happened like earlier last week. So I contacted the mayor of Silver Plume. We had a long conversation about the IGA, the need for revenue, kind of where this process has been, where it's going. He indicated to me that he was going to read the proposed changes to the IGA over the weekend and contact me if he had any burning concerns. He has not. So I need to put it back on my to-do list to reach out to him again. Once I explained to him that there are about as many people in the unincorporated portion of this fire district as there are in the incorporated portion, he understood the changes to the seat that we were making. His initial comment, it was kind of a mini version of the conversation we had. His initial comment was, oh, wow, you guys are getting a lot of appointments now. So I explained to him the guardrails we have so that these are going to be truly voices of the unincorporated area, not voices of the Board of County Commissioners. Just as a reminder that we're going to nominate, not appoint. The Fire Authority Board will confirm those nominations and will be the only entity that can remove them. They will have a term after which the board can nominate a new person. So that's kind of how we designed that so that those people really answer to themselves and to their regions to the extent possible. So I will follow up with Lee, but I'm hopeful that all 5 organizations will be able to sign this version of the IGA. And obviously the next steps are to take a look at the survey results, asking the public what they think about the kind of fire service levels they expect and what they're willing to pay for it and how they feel about property taxation versus sales taxation. So that's kind of a summary and an update from me to kick it off. Anybody have anything else? I know this is just a standing item for any updates like this. It's not like we have an agenda planned.
Do you have any early hints on how many surveys have been returned?
I don't believe the survey has gone out yet.
Okay.
Well, we did decide that to your comment, Mitch, about what about offering rewards for participation to increase response rates. What we decided was there's some concern that would impact the quality of the response. And we decided that if we are struggling to get the response we think we need, we will do something like that.
Okay.
Sound good to you? Okay.
It's only a question.
Now we have the IGA on the tenth. Scheduled for the tenth. We might want to consider moving that to the 17th after the joint meeting. I guess that really depends on if we get any red lines back.
I just assume it done.
Okay.
I don't anticipate any red lines on the version.
Missed.
Oh.
Silver Plume.
Silver Plume is currently reviewing, but
Oh,
I think it behooves everybody involved to get this on their agendas and get it approved. I don't think we need to be last.
Okay.
If Silver Plume brings a red line, then we can discuss that and yeah. Anything else? Fire Authority. I'll just share, since this is a recorded meeting, I don't know if anybody's watching that. I'm really grateful to the municipal leadership for hearing us about our concerns about the relative balance of the unincorporated voice and the incorporated voice. I think we've made a lot of progress. This isn't, I think, a conversation that's over. It's far from a conversation that's over about the governance of the Fire Authority, but it's a conversation that has taken significant steps in terms of our understanding and solution seeking on the path to building an excellent department.
I think I can say, knowing that we have not always agreed, even on this board, about exactly where we should go, is that this board has listened as well. There was a lot of stuff thrown on the table in the beginning, and I think it's across the board. I do concur completely that, and I hope you can hear me okay. I do concur completely that the aha moment about the unincorporated county and the number of people that have virtually no, in some very large areas, as a matter of fact, of population that had no balanced representation. I think that really struck a nerve, and it allowed a lot of empathy to be built between the parties to understand that, we're all in the boat together. So it's good.
Yep. Anything else? I'm going to call that complete. We have a couple of executive sessions to go into. So I'm going to make a motion for the board to enter into executive session for the following purposes.
pursuant to CRS 24/6/4024E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to participation in a privately developed housing project in an effort to expand affordable housing stock in the county, and pursuant to CRS 24/6/4024F for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of discussing personnel matters related to realignment of positions in the organization to implement efficiencies and cost reduction, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or to discussions of personnel policies generally.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. The board will move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. There's nothing further on our public agenda. This Zoom meeting will stay open, but we will be returning after
I don't think this Zoom meeting can stay open, and let's get back on a new Zoom meeting because it's a different link.
I can keep the Zoom meeting open on my laptop,
Okay.
maybe, and
That's a good
then
point.
leave.
And then just leave.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can do that.
Okay.
Good point.
So this Zoom meeting will stay open. We will reconvene for the sole purpose of adjourning.
Yes.
How does this work for me?
I sent you a link, Randy, for the executive session.
Okay, I got it. And so I'm just, on your end is what I meant.
Mute this.
All right.
The board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made. There's nothing further on the agenda. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.